Welcome aboard. Jackson's back. Doug's back. Doug was here like 5 a.m., raring to go.
Oh, of course.
Chairman's here day after his birthday. Where's Tim?
Where is Tim?
Oh,
Where is
no.
he?
Gosh.
Where is he? When's he coming back? The show's not the same. I can't listen.
Sucks.
Unlistenable.
Get him in now. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort text line where you can tell us how terrible we are and that you won't listen until
Right.
Tim is back on vacation with his family. That's until next Monday. You can also phone in. That's the Pestis Hotline, brought to you by Collier and Thompson at 974-0101. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone line. Doug, we got a podcast. It's the Schaefer Door Company. We've got studio cameras. Those are brought to you by Air Alliance Team. You can watch this show. We've got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. If you would, Doug, on this Monday, monitor the YouTube chat.
Oh, I've got to do
In
that.
addition to the text line. Where is Tim? There it is. Jesus, Tim's still on vacation? Well, to be fair, I think he missed one day last week. He missed one day, missed Thursday.
Yeah.
Still on vacation. Jackson is back. The Cardinals are in the crapper. It's almost the All-Star game. How do you do, boys? Happy Monday.
Yeah, what a Monday it is. Good to be back.
Yeah.
Good to
How
be
was
back.
it? How was the Michigan territory?
Oh, that's right. You went up to
So I
Michigan.
was a little unawares of kind of where I was going. I was just like, we're going to Michigan. So it was a town called New Buffalo, Michigan. I'm sure you're aware.
It's
Martin.
kind of the southwest corner.
It was literally
Chicago?
1 mile, mile marker 1, into the state of Michigan, which means because all of Michigan is Eastern time zone, it was 1 mile into Eastern time zone.
Wow.
So I drove a good 5 hours and change, and in the last minute of driving,
You lost an hour.
I lost an hour. But the upside of that, it stayed light until about 9:45, 10 p.m.,
Oh, yeah, I bet.
which was pretty awesome.
It's almost light here till 9.
Yeah. So then, like, essentially, it's the same exact sunset, except you get that extra hour. So
So what'd you do with this extra hour?
hung out outside. It was kind of creepy. It was like, I was like, man.
You
know,
actually lost an hour.
Yeah, so it was like when it was supposed to be 9:15, 10:15.
But on the way there, it kind of sucks. Like, I'll be there by 5.
Right.
Oh, we'll grab dinner. Oh, no, it's 6 o'clock. What happened?
Right, but on the way back, then you get the hour back. So it's that was interesting. I never really kind of experienced that. I know Indiana's weird because some of their
Kind of in the middle, maybe?
but some of their parts don't do daylight savings, much like Arizona.
Fun with time zones.
It is fun, you know.
You know what it is,
interesting.
Doug? Some people like some time zones. Some people like other time zones.
Right.
Yeah,
I think the great Prod Joe said that.
but it was awesome. Family trip, hang out with the fam, enjoy the nice
You're
weather.
refreshed.
Feel refreshed.
You're
yeah.
ready to go.
Yeah, I'd say.
I've often thought in this business, the best time zone would be the Western time zone.
Oh,
Because a
for
lot of
sure.
things have already happened before you ever went on.
Morning radio, Western times, that would be the best.
Yeah.
Games, night games get done around like 9.
Or even the news when the
Yeah.
games are all over and everything.
Yeah.
Or did Flagstaff, Arizona. Doug, was my first stop Flagstaff, Arizona. I think it was. And the games would all be, you'd be sitting there like, waiting to go on the air.
Yeah.
Well, the Knicks won 4 hours ago. NBA Finals ended 2 hours ago.
And NFL games start in the morning, 10
Yeah,
o'clock.
early.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
College football, 9 a.m. How was your guys' Independence Day?
That was fine. Had some people over on Friday. I sent you guys a little picture text.
Oh, you clearing the deck?
I was clearing the deck, and I looked at it was like 10:15, and I said to myself, I'm literally clearing the deck in segment 10-2.
Yeah.
Had some folks. They were quite pleasant. Weather was great. Great weekend.
Well, my day went sour,
Oh, no.
so I'm not going to be much good to you now.
Were you in the territories?
I was here and suffered a nearly fatal incident when I walked into my house about 10 o'clock Friday night, and a bug flew directly into my ear. And it was, I got this going on in my ear, all the way down in my ear. Remember when Matt Holliday had to leave left
Yes.
field?
Was it a moth in left field?
I guess it was something like that. I don't know. But it just takes over your whole head. You get, and I'm bouncing up and down and sticking my finger. I can't get it out. I can't get the bug out.
Is it still there?
No, I got it out eventually.
You at RFK got something.
You have the tongue of a hummingbird, baby.
It
How
felt like a
long did it?
hummingbird.
How long did it?
It was in there about 3 or 4 minutes. Finally, I got a Q-tip, and I put the
You just
Q-tip
shoved
in
it in
there, and I got a
further,
little
maybe.
piece of the bug came out, and the other end of the Q-tip, and another leg came out. Oh, this is
God.
horrible. And I got the, is that a hummingbird? I got a goose in my ear? What's going on?
This is on the heels of us learning that you once missed work because your shoes were too tight, according to
yes.
Steve Savard.
Yeah. But then
Doug's,
suddenly, just as fast as it was in there, it was gone. And I put some ear drops in there and held my head a certain way so the drops would go way down, and then it kind of came out.
You've had some,
it was close.
random maladies, right?
Gosh, it was close.
But you're going to be fine now. That was 2.5 nights ago.
I should be, but, emotionally, I'm a wreck. You kidding me?
Would you rather give up 6 home runs at Wrigley Field or have a bug fly into your ear?
Bug in the ear. The whole nation didn't see it.
Okay. Well, it was on Apple TV Friday, so a lot of people didn't see it either. Didn't count.
Yeah, the bug only lasted, 3 or 5 minutes maybe. Just on one side of your head. Ah! And there's not a darn thing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Getting in there, and it's kind of amazing it doesn't happen more.
I think it probably does, and you just don't notice it.
Oh, you notice it.
They say something about you swallow a certain amount of spiders per year.
Spiders?
Sleeping. So you guys all make fun of me for sleeping face down.
I got to say, now I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Were you sleeping on your back, mouth open? Hello, Spider Town.
How many spiders you have crawling on your face?
I feel like this is always like a Snapple bottle fact. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you swallow this many. How many spiders?
Doug, you like a good Snapple bottle fact.
How many spiders do people eat a year? The claim that people eat spiders in the sleep is a common myth. There is no scientific evidence to support this.
Okay.
Common myth. And then Sunday was KG's birthday. Kurt, welcome to the club. The big 4-0.
I thought this was 3-9. This is 4-0?
39.2.
Guess I could run at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm confused. So the ERA is holding steady?
Happy birthday, Kurt.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was a good day.
Yeah.
Did you do anything special?
I had my best friend in town from California. I only get to see him once a year or so. And
was that a legal thing? Only allowed one visit per year?
No, he doesn't make the trip back across the country as often as I'd like him to, but we had a little 3-man scramble out at Tapawingo.
Nice.
We made my buddy a deal that if we shot the course record, he would move back to St. Louis.
Ooh.
Course record's 60, so we were aiming for a 59 as a 3-man team.
Oh, how'd you do?
65. So we made a run at it.
Well, you're staying put, though.
But, yeah, it was a good day. My bucket's full, Doug.
You had to ask what the course record was, and they had it for you? Right
I think one of the guys looked it up online. I think it was accessible there, but... Yeah, somebody shot a tidy little 60.
I guess that's tidy.
Was your friend really going to move back? Was he going to hold to that?
Well, then the thing is, we had a little fun out on the course, and we got a little silly, and I posted a video saying that if LL Cool J would comment on the video that he would move back, that was the new deal. And sure enough, Ladies Love Cool James hopped in the comment section and commented on it.
Look at Kurt.
Wow.
Really? How do you know it was a
rubbing
real
elbows.
One? What's that, Doug?
How do you know it was a real one?
He was verified.
Was this on Instagram?
Yeah.
Nice.
So now my Napa friend has a decision to make. He could potentially be a fraud, or he could be coming back.
Lives in Napa?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You think he's going to move from Napa, California to here?
I mean, somebody...
Why would you
He's
laugh?
in the middle of wine country, one of the most beautiful areas in the nation.
You just described Missouri.
Some random person in the comment section stumbled across the video and said, in good conscience, he can't let someone move from Napa to Missouri.
Yeah, it'd be rough.
Jump out of that. Just send him to Herman. And get him a nice little spot there.
But
Same thing.
he recently signed a new lease on a place, so he's worried about having to break a lease. But
Rent season?
a deal's a deal.
Yeah, feel that.
He's not moving back. You know that.
I assume that's probably the case, but
Okay.
I miss him dearly.
What do you do
Wow.
in Napa? What do you do in Napa if you're not in the wine industry? I mean, I realize there's other
Probably
forms of
hospitality.
employment.
Yeah.
It would have to be something substantial because it's extremely expensive to live there.
For sure.
Yeah, the little tiny studio apartment that he moved out of a house that sold for $1.2 million and into a little tiny apartment, and he's paying, I think, 4 times my mortgage for a little studio apartment out in wine country.
And that's why you can't visit him.
No, you
there's
can't go.
nowhere to
No,
stay.
you're not going there. I guess the salaries are commensurate with that. Everybody makes 4 times what they'd make here. That can't possibly be the case, right?
He's his own boss. I don't know what his P&Ls are looking like, but
What does he do, this fellow of yours?
Awfully vague, this Kurt.
he's in marketing in some manner. I know he shoots a lot of video edits. He writes copy. He's kind of a one-stop shop for your marketing needs out in Napa.
You guys ever do a studio apartment in your younger days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My Rhinelander apartment was above the electric business, not like the electric company.
I was going to say, like,
so
about
like
a
lamps and
transformer.
it was called something electric, and above it they had like 3 units, but they're all brand new. It was small as all get out, and it had the bed that folded out of the wall.
They call that
Murphy bed.
Murphy
Call it
bed.
a Murphy
yeah.
bed, but it was great. I never made my bed. Just every day,
Just fold
throw
it
it into
right
the wall. It was a great apartment because everything was brand new.
Yeah.
But it was a little bigger than this studio.
That's what that would kind of mess me up, is like eating, sleeping, and hanging out all in the exact same location.
Well, you could
But-
leave the building, too.
Right,
You
it's
were
true.
allowed.
That is true.
I never had to do that. My first apartment was a spacious ordeal in Rochester, Minnesota.
Yeah.
I paid $150 a month for it. Had a nice
Probably
big
had
bedroom,
like 2
family room.
bedrooms,
Yeah.
swimming pool, garage. What'd you pay? $150.
$150
a month.
Yeah.
We'll take your living arrangements text.
Please.
The text line is 399-9646.
Yeah, we'll take bedroom and bathroom, the number you
Bed
got
bath.
in your current dwelling before
Oh.
your text. You
And
know.
my promise is to read your name. But what happened, Jackson,
Sure.
Thursday you were out, Tim was out.
Yeah.
When I would glance at the text line and I would share a thought or two, often mocking the dais or just life in general, often I would forget to mention who said it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was reminded that the real stars of the show are the text line, and damn it, read their names.
Yeah. Yeah. When I used to run point, I would do it first because I would do the same thing. I would always forget. I would be like, the big oink says. Or insert
Sharon's
goofy text name.
Sharon's Ledoux pool boy thinks that his Kurt's buddy is a TikTok influencer. The redheaded stepchild says he's a porno director.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Not Napa. You have to go south for
What
that.
was the Plowhawks buddy's name?
I can't remember, but I know you're talking about.
Not Mace Dog.
Matty Dreads was in the
There it
industry.
is. Yeah,
He dreads. Being an Uber driver in Napa could be lucrative.
absolutely. People are just drinking all day, wine. You can take them back to their hotel.
Probably. Well-heeled crowd out there to begin with.
Sure.
Defiance is Napa, but wealthier. That's from Minute Bowl Eligible.
Yeah, give them a place out in Herman or something.
Mrs. Janny Shanny, St. Jen is the Napa of the Midwest. See, there's options.
I did see, I was driving back home yesterday, and I saw, because I was in New Buffalo, which is, right there on Lake Michigan.
Not far from Chicago.
Not far at all, about hour and a half maybe. And as I was coming in St. Louis, I saw an advertisement for Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Great name.
And it said it was the Malibu of the Midwest, and I really like that.
Well, there really is a pretty area there where that Kohler
yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, KG. That's from Hoosier Daddy. Kevin at the Lake has issues with you, Kurt. What kind of man says he's 39.2? You're 40. You're a man. It's a Mike Gundy reference. That was from Kevin at the Lake. I think I'm going to say him twice.
Yeah. Is 40 a bigger milestone, like feeling-wise, than 50? Talking to a couple gentlemen.
older folks here.
At the time, you think it's a big milestone, but 50 is when I started to go bad.
Yeah.
When I went
When I
bad.
went bad, hair started falling out, teeth got crooked,
Yeah.
gut started popping out. 50 was the moment.
50.
Ooh, kind of looking forward to the next decade now.
Yeah,
Sure.
take it in.
When I turned 40, a friend of mine said, do you realize right now you're closer to 60 than 16? And I said, oh, thanks. Leave the party. Jeez.
I was kind of wondering over the weekend if I have reached like the midway point of my life.
By life expectancy,
that.
you're past that.
About that.
Yeah, so I'm thinking I'm on the back nine now at this point.
But with medical technology coming up in the next 10, 15 years, who knows,
Yeah.
Maybe 1,000 years of Kurt.
I realized the other day that I was born closer to the year 1899 than 2025.
Oh, that's nice.
That hurts. That really hurts.
Well, now that we're past the halfway point of the year, we're closer to 2050 than 2000.
Somebody just, producer Dave said that last night at the 2 Fox. He said, you realize we're closer to 2050 than we were 2000?
Yeah, isn't that kind of weird?
You guys are depressing. Guys, is it possible that the moth just couldn't take another day of Tim being out and committed suicide, irritating Doug on his
Could've
way
been.
out? That's from Shooter McGavin.
It wasn't a moth, was it?
I don't think so.
Probably a
'Cause the
skeeter.
legs that were coming out of my ear, they were black.
You could see the legs?
I saw a bit of a leg.
Oh, God.
Was your family trying to help you, or were they like, oh, God, he's lost it?
Yeah, Dad's got a
It's out of my ear.
bug in his ear.
They just kind of let me go.
It's off his meds again.
He's
Carlos
nuts.
Carlos Spicy Winter said, I'll take the spiders over auto asphyxiation to enough Frank Haith or Lennis Clay's a body pillow. That's for you, Jackson, to chew on.
I don't do the body pillow. I just sleep face down. That's all I need.
I just worry about you.
I survive.
And then Jugs in D.C. said Matt Holliday had a bug fly in his ear, and we won the World Series. Bet the Cardinals.
Did he go back in the game, or was he out? Did that knock him out of the game?
I think he came out of the game.
I don't remember.
I want to say he came out of the game, and I want to say it wasn't in 2011.
He might be listening. Maybe he can text him. I can probably
continue. I can tell
Google
you.
and look it up.
You couldn't continue to play baseball, I can tell you that. Not with going on half your head.
No.
Doug, pour some water in your ear. It'll drown it. I don't know if that's real advice or if they're just giving you terrible medical advice. That's from Thrill Fan 22.
Would you rather have a bug in your ear on the 4th of July or an earpiece in your ear while you give up 5 runs in the 3rd inning to the Cubs?
And then the earpiece is saying, what in the hell are you actually doing out there?
8-0 while you're standing there trying to talk to ESPN on national television like poor Mason Wynn last night.
I was worried about him. Of all the times, and we'll get into the Cardinals' lost weekend at Wrigley other than our guy Pozo, we got a lot of questions asked. We have a lot of unanswered questions, Doug. My first one is the listing for Yohel Pozo. Love this guy. He's listed at 5'11", 201. 5'11".
He hasn't seen 201 in 10 years.
Can I take the under on height and the over on weight?
Yes, I think that's the absolute play.
Yeah. Maybe he's 5'11". I mean, it's tough. Like, you get bad reference points because a lot of Major League Baseball players are tall. But he does not seem like he's 5'11", and he definitely doesn't seem 201 pounds. But I don't know. My eyes are on a scale.
What do you think he weighs?
I don't want to guess. That's not right of me.
Well,
What's that?
we have some
It's not wrong of me either.
ideas from watching sports. He's got to be about 240, 250, I would think. I mean, I'm being
I'll find the
reasonable.
middle of that, like 225, 230. Because I don't think he's 5'11". He doesn't seem that tall.
Okay. Get Fetty on the first flight into the sun, which was referenced, I think, a couple of weeks ago. They wanted to shoot him off into the sun. They'd like to make sure that Michaelis is piloting it. Absolutely embarrassing if either one of them makes another start for this team. That's very much, I think, in play. That's from Philip Seymour Doffman. All your texts, we'll get to those. We're going to talk about this Cardinal weekend, which was embarrassing on both ends, Doug. Friday, Sunday. If you made the trek, hope you went to Saturday and turned around and came right back.
Yeah, boy, howdy.
You go from one of the games of the year, thrilling comeback, to a reminder of the embarrassment of Friday, only to see it on national TV on Sunday night. It is the morning after. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Text calls Brad Thompson. Maybe Brad's got some eligibility left. Hop into that rotation. Cardinal Talk on deck right here. TMA on 101 ESPN.
Tim McKernan here for Aesthetic Design and Build. That's Dan and his team at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley that I have personally checked out. So impressed with both the showroom and Dan and his team that I had them come to my house and got to learn all the stuff that Aesthetic Design and Build can do for our outdoor living space. And of course, they can do the exact same thing for you. It's custom work. They are doing custom work for so many people in the St. Louis area because people know they are the best. From full-on custom decks, if you want to add on a pergola, or this is what we were really interested in, even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. If you are facing the west and that sun hits you hard in the afternoons during the summer, a retractable screen can save the day. They really do have answers for it all at Aesthetic Design and Build. You can call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
TMA, Martin, Doug, Jackson, Kurt here with you on this Monday. Tim is out. We'll talk baseball with Brad Thompson. Your text throughout, you know the drill. 399-9646, phone lines wide open. As Doug's cleared about. Doug, did you clear?
Clear the lines. Everybody out, 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 out. Everybody clear the lines. Okay, they should be clear. We're good now.
Almost as damaging to my eardrum as the gong. Text
Gong's right
in
here.
or call in 974-0101. The morning after brought to you by Brown and Crouppen here until 11 o'clock. Beer Cats is disappointed we didn't make it to Lil Beer Cat's party bus for his 21st birthday on Saturday, or as Kurt would call it, 20.2. Lil Beer Cats, happy birthday. We did not make it.
21.
We were offered a ride on the bus up to Fast Eddie's for the weekend,
Oh, nice.
which would have been fun.
Do you remember your 21st birthday, Martin?
I really don't.
Yeah.
I was in college.
It's a little different in college because
now they go, oh, wow, let's go nuts.
Right.
Like, it's Monday
First
night.
beer.
Let's go play pool.
yeah.
I don't. Do you? Yours is recent.
Yeah. I just remember it turning
You ended up
midnight.
face down in a pillow.
Probably at the end of the night, yeah. Yeah, it's in college, especially if you go to like a big state school, it's just not really like as big a deal. It's just like, the relief of not having to worry about.
The only thing that makes it special really is the official drinking age. You're now legal to drink.
Yeah.
Are there any other milestones that you're clearing at 21? I
No.
don't think
No,
so.
sir. I guess you can go
Used to be
gambling.
Used to be voting, but that's not. That's
People get hammered because they have now I have the right to vote. Let's go celebrate. I'd rather have a bug in my ear. Would I rather have that or listen to this crappy show? I think that's the question of the day. It's from Ernie Bjorkman, texting into the show. Cards lose Friday, 11-3. Luckily, Doug, the Cubs brought in a position player to pitch for a while. Producer Dave last night on the 2 Fox said he thought that was really insulting. But I guess if you're counsel, you're like, hey, I'll save some arms. What's the point? It's within the rules. So they get hammered Friday. Miles Michaelis gives up 6 home runs. It was on Apple TV, so if you missed it, good on you, as Jackson would say.
Yeah.
And nobody can be surprised. And Eric Fetty. So, Doug, he's been really good his last couple times out. So you thought...
Not that much.
No? You didn't think it would roll into... We did ask Brad Thompson last Monday why Sonny Gray didn't pitch in any of the games against the Cubs. Arguably your best pitcher, your somewhat ace. 2 best pitchers, starting pitchers, have been Sonny Gray and Matthew Libator. They didn't use Gray in the 4 games here or the 3 games there. Sort of bizarre. Fetty, in his previous 2 starts, had given up 14 runs on 18 hits. Those were his 2 starts. So the obvious, he goes an inning and a third. I think Ale did have a quick hook last night. It was like, this isn't going well, and it actually didn't go much better after he left.
It got even worse.
11-0 national TV. I don't know, this day and age when everything's televised, if national TV, oh, no, we were embarrassed. But it is Sunday night. It's the main game. I realize the Padres-Rangers were going a little bit later. But I would say that was an embarrassing loss. And Eric Fetty, now, what's next? Jeff Jones of the Belleville News-Democrat said he asked Marmol after the game what the path forward is for Eric Fetty, which is a polite way of saying, do you think you'll shoot him into the sun, which is what the texters have suggested. Marmol said, I think we have to use tomorrow's off day to take a step back and figure out what that looks like. The reality is he has to find a solution to what's going on and make an adjustment in order to get through the lineup successfully. But continuing to go down this road doesn't seem like it's beneficial at the moment.
Yeah.
To which I wonder, are we going to have a little fake IL news? So McGreevy's not eligible to be recalled until Saturday.
Right.
But if you have an injury, you can recall him.
And Fetty's next scheduled start, per Derek Gould, would be Saturday.
But you can call McGreevy back at any time if it's because of an injury.
Right.
So
They'll find
tight forearm, Doug.
I'm guessing shoulder impingement.
Shoulder impingement. Calf strain.
Sure, anything will do.
What do we have? A little...
Turf toe always seems like one where people don't know exactly what it
Turf toe,
is.
yeah, sore
but
back.
it hurts.
Maybe he got a bug in his ear.
Ambiguous return time. I'd go turf toe. It's always the worst in fantasy football Sunday. You're like, oh, man, my running back has turf toe.
Well, they got to do something. If you're serious about contending, you should have seen enough by now.
Yeah.
You have to do something.
Right.
DFA would be the more bold move. Just put him out there, but it happens. I mean, Nick Leddy's a proud veteran. The Blues are like, hey, we'll put him on waivers, see if anybody wants him. I mean, it happens.
So what would be like the the risk or why you wouldn't go DFA as opposed to IL?
I think you just, in the quote I saw that Katie Wood, I think, why isn't McGreevy here is the question that we've asked for 2-3 months. Why isn't McGreevy here? Well, where would you put him? And then they went to like a 6-man starting rotation for like a day. We kept hearing about the 6-man rotation. McGreevy turns 25 tomorrow. Okay, he's a first-round pick. If he isn't on the runway, who would be on the runway?
Yeah.
A starting pitcher that's a first-round pick who turns 25 tomorrow. He's not 18. He's not 19. I don't get it. But what Mozeliak said to Katie Wu is they don't have a lot of depth in Memphis. And I don't think they're worried about the Memphis rotation as much as they're saying, well, if we bring him up, then there's nobody left to turn to. So to answer your question, I guess you'd want a Fetty around in case of emergency and you didn't have starting pitchers available?
Yeah, I wouldn't just DFA him. I'd give him a week off, maybe 2 weeks off, and then put him in the bullpen. Look at some of the guys they're bringing in the pen. He's got to be better than these guys, especially with some time off. If you're going to have to pay him anyway, you may as well replace Swanson or someone else who's not getting
Don't say John
out.
King.
Yeah, my
Jackson's guy, John King, is starting to leak a little bit, but in his defense, he's sitting there just having a little fun out in the ball. Get up!
Doing great. ERA 5.40.
the crown is
Can't replace that.
The crown's wobbly at the moment. We still have faith in His Majesty, but it's dwindling.
I saw a great, I guess it would be a graphic. It's a Red Sox account, but for their bullpen, this fan account has what they call the circle of trust. And then the bullpen, they put like guys in the middle that they really believe in, and then on the edge, and then they put them outside. I think that's a great way to look at your bullpen because there's always a couple of guys, when they bring them in, you say immediately, oh, crap.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not going to go well.
You need somebody to pitch in the games that are 11-0.
Correct.
You don't want to waste a big salary or a promising prospect to do that. So some of these journeyman relievers have their value in games that are kind of out of control. But again, if you're going to think that your team still has a chance, you got to make a switch at the start. You can't keep putting him out there. Why not Matz? Why not give Matz a shot? Maybe he can give you 4 innings.
Yeah. I think Matt should be a candidate to start. I think McGreevy should be a candidate. At minimum, be in the big league roster.
Right.
I mean, the guy's good enough that he should be. You don't have 10 pitchers better than him.
Right.
It's so stupid.
Get creative, Piggyback starts 3.
Instead, like going into the weekend, we all knew Michaelis on Friday at Wrigley Field. Oh boy.
Yeah. Back on.
Fetty Sunday night at Wrigley Field. Based on what we've seen lately, oh boy. Everybody in the planet paying attention knew that's a little risky. And if you just keep rolling them out, and my honest question to Ollie would be, is it 100% your call, or is it the front office dictating? Because going back with La Russa, Mozeliak, and Tony was mad about certain roster and I think bullpen decisions, and Mozeliak said something like, I pick the players, and Tony said, I pick who plays. They had like a little back and forth. What if Marmol is saying, hey, God, are you serious? What do we want to do here? Well, give him another start, because he doesn't set the roster. Are they forcing him to keep rolling a guy like Fetty out there?
Probably. I think there's a lot of teams face this kind of thing with a lot of players because baseball is a sport where you play the contract instead of the player. If somebody's making a lot of money, he's not going to sit. He's going to play, whether he deserves to play or not.
Right.
I mean, realistically,
that's what we're seeing now.
Whether you're a longtime baseball observer or you're new to the game, if I told you Sunday night, hey, we're going to start Matz and we're going to have Fetty in the bullpen. And if Matz gets blown up, God forbid, then Fetty has to come in and do long relief. Would anybody have thought that's a bad idea?
No, I love the idea. Same with Michaelis. Let Michaelis go one time through the rotation or the batting order, and then bring someone else in, a younger guy or someone, Steven Matz, guy can go long relief and run 3 innings there. Do it that way.
It could be that Fetty and Michaelis would be very effective relief pitchers. Could do a great job for you in a couple innings in the 6th and 7th.
Yeah, we've seen Matz be very effective out of the pen.
I think that's the frustration, and it's been going on for a long time, is slow to react. We saw it earlier this year with Ryan Fernandez. Guy's not the same. He's not the same. Can't bring him in late in leverage situation. Kept doing it. Everybody's like, what are we doing here? Fernandez is just not, he doesn't have it. And they eventually do it. A couple of years ago, Alex Reyes, having a great year. It's over. It falls apart, arms falling off, serving up home run after home run. Everybody's just please don't stop bringing him in. Stop, and they just do it again. I think with Fetty, Michaelis, the same argument. is when you keep seeing the same thing. Now, they might say, we don't have enough depth to take both of them out. I don't know. Maybe you could sell me on that. But at minimum, you remove one of them from the rotation before this weekend. Before this Cubs series, where you're trying to make up ground. You're 6.5 back. I think more telling, if you're trying to compare yourself to the Cubs, you're trying to win a division, in theory, in a weird season, which was kind of described as runway. And they talk again about how young they are. Doug, I did a Google search last night. ESPN has, but based on their research, the youngest and oldest teams in baseball. They have the Mets as the oldest team, just over 30 years old, average age. Do you know the second oldest team according to this ESPN research?
Not the Cardinals, I hope.
It's the Cardinals.
Oh, no.
Yet it's the youngest. It's the young team. They're younger, and I would say this research is fairly thorough, and maybe, guys get called up and sent down. It can change. But the bottom teams in terms of age, the youngest teams, are the Marlins, the Nationals, the A's, and the White Sox. Does that not fit, right? Younger teams struggling, just kind of starting over. So that tells me that this list has a chance to be pretty accurate. It has the Cardinals as the second oldest team in baseball, yet it's the runway season. And the Cubs are 18 games over, and the Cardinals are 5. Just think of it that way in terms of the disparity.
The Cardinal roster just does not match up to the Cubs at all. You look at some of these players the Cubs have, guys right smack dab in their prime, and in Tucker and Suzuki and Happ and Swanson and Horner, and young guys coming up like Crow Armstrong, who's an all-star, and some of the pitchers. Matt Shaw looks like a hell of a third baseman, hadn't hit yet, but he looks like Scott Rowland at third base. And the Cardinals just don't have anybody like that. They don't have anybody that you look at and go, wow, this guy's a star. I mean, they got nobody. Michael Bush looked like Luke Gehrig this weekend.
Did you want to say you got to love it every time he had a home run?
Yeah.
And there you have it.
Just couldn't get him out.
Yeah.
Doug, do you want to talk to the folks in Quincy or fired up?
Oh, well, sure. Yes.
Is this Mark in Quincy? Welcome aboard on TMA, the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
Thank you.
Yellow.
Yeah, are you there?
We're here. Yeah, we hear some noise in the background.
Turn the tractor down.
I feel like you guys need to do a eulogy. I don't know that. I guess I'd have to start out with, I'm glad you guys, I wish you guys were on Sirius XM so I could tell you exactly how I feel.
Oh.
But that wouldn't be appropriate. So,
No.
I don't know. I feel like we blame Mozeliak all the time as Cardinal fans, and I don't care. His hands are tied. You can put Bloom in there, whatever you want. The owners need to sell the team. This is stupid. I mean, they're an embarrassment. I think this is more what we knew they were than the way they started out. And Marmol has no control. We've had nothing but a yes man in the manager's position since LaRussa left. Because they didn't – LaRussa told them who he wanted and helped build the team, and they didn't want that anymore. And now they don't have it. And I guess they're happy with this. The owners should be as embarrassed as the fans are.
Yeah, and I think on Sunday night national TV, if you're the owner or anyone running the Cardinals, you say, gosh, how? And granted, you could say 2 weeks ago we beat them twice. We were right there with them, got to 2.5. Thank you for the call. Mark in Quincy on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. But I think the argument has been by a lot of fans who are frustrated, what's the bar? You're the St. Louis Cardinals, raise the bar, contend not just to be a wild card, contend for championships and put a better product on the field. And I think what you're saying, Doug, just looking at now, Suzuki's having a monster year, didn't even make the All-Star team, as weird as that is. Pete Crow Armstrong, they got in the Baez deal. That was a smart move, dumping when they did. So overall roster, yeah, their roster looks better. And how does it happen that you're in this runway season, too, where you might be one of the older teams in baseball? How does that even make sense?
They got no balls, okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
I look at the Cardinal lineup they put out last night, 5 through 9 was Pozo, Nootbaar, Sajaci, Pages, and Hampson. I mean, that's not going to win anything, guys. You're way, way behind the Cubs in what they're putting on the field. And I don't know how you could say the future looks bright. I mean, Wynn looks like he's going to be a promising player. Who else among the young guys? Am I missing somebody? There's really
Sajaci has a lot of promise.
Not many young pitchers that look like they're going to be front of the road. Maybe Libator, but, even he's getting in the mid-20s now.
But the rest of the rotation's old.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
other Palante. Okay, so you have Sonny Gray, 35, Michaelis, 36, Fetty's early 30s, something like that. So, yeah, again, where's your
pretty much have to start over.
What La Russa had
Yeah.
said, I think, in one of the recent visits when he came here, Dave Duncan sold him on it because he said they got this Matt Morris, they got this Alan Bennis, and they had all the young pitching that you could see was going to kind of carry the day. So it is 162. You don't want to overreact, but I think the Cardinal model has just been overly pragmatic or patient, and I think fans are just saying, God, you're 5 over, you're not 5 under. That's great. But I think it was just a sign that Cub. I mean, again, I kept looking at it. I'm like, wow, they're 18 games over.
Yeah. And to be fair, they've hit other rough patches this season, and we've said, that's it. They're done. It's over. And then they surprise us somehow and reel off a few wins in a row and get right back in it. So maybe they'll do it again. It's just this road trip was really horrendous.
But it
couldn't have gone much worse.
You could lose the Cubs and lose a series and say, well, it happens. But when it's Michaelis and Fetty just getting tattooed, you knew that on Friday.
Yeah.
You probably woke up Friday, and if I said, Doug, you think Michaelis might get knocked around today? You'd say probably. Mm-hmm. You think Fetty will get knocked around Sunday night? You'd probably. I think that's not a second guess. That's probably a first guess. We probably haven't said it. I know on TV Thursday night I said we were joking, Doug, that it's the 4th and we might have fireworks at Wrigley, both literal and figurative. So the Cards lose the series. They're off today. They're back home 6 straight. The Nationals just fired their manager and GM. Mike Rizzo had been there forever. Not as long as Mozeliak. He'd been with the Nats since 2009.
And they do this a week before the draft when they have the first overall pick. That would lead you to believe they're going to replace these guys with someone within the organization. How could you come from outside the organization and suddenly do all the research and know who you're going to pick first in the second round? And that would be tough.
Well, they probably, don't you think, the director of scouting or whoever worked for Mike Rizzo, they probably have a team in place. It tells me they didn't want him anywhere near the draft.
I guess that's what it is, yeah.
He was always the guy that would sign the Boris clients. If you had a Boris client and he needed a new contract, you'd go to Mike Rizzo, I swear.
Well, I hope the Cardinals draft some pitching. Good Lord.
I mean, you got Quinn Matthews, and he's kind of ripped through minors. Isn't that someone who you'd like to see?
I think he's been injured a little bit this year. So on in the distance, maybe a Tink Hence, Quinn Matthews.
Quinn Matthews gave up 7 earned runs in the entire month of June.
Well, then why is he in the minor leagues?
That's right.
I don't care if he's 20 years old. If he's the best
24.
you got, get him up.
Yeah. J.J. Weatherholt's hitting. He's got like a 436. Yeah, 436 OBP, then double-A. But, you got young guys, but they're like 22, 24, Weatherholt, Matthews, respectively. That you stop being young around like 20. Like what's young now?
Yeah.
28?
No. 28, you're probably a year past your optimal level. They say that your age 27 season is supposed to be your prime.
Well, I'd like to get these guys up a little bit before their prime.
I would too, especially if they're tearing it up.
Sure.
Why do you let somebody tear it up in the minors when your major league team is struggling?
I'm with you.
I know there's contracts come into play, and it's not as easy as bringing guys up and down like yo-yos, but at this point, you would think you're going to have to do something.
Well, I think what the fans were willing to buy into this year, somewhat, is that, okay, we're going to play the kids. And everybody said, all right, well, let's see what we got. But then you watched the starting pitching, and you knew that going into the year. It just didn't fit the narrative. That's it doesn't make any sense.
And who are the kids we're watching? I guess Scott is a kid.
Well, I think that's the...
Wynn is young. Is that it?
Because Newt Barr's been here. Donovan, 28.
Yeah. Gorman's been around for, 4 years now?
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'.
I did think...
Talk about Walker.
They love to mic up the players. I don't know if shortstop's the position to do. I kept thinking, what if there's a ball just...
Someone made an error once when they were on, they were mic'd up. I can't remember who it was. I'll look it up.
Like a Machado or something?
Someone, obviously not a Cardinal, but somebody made an error once. It was a little awkward afterward. But it's also awkward when the Cubs, your rival on Sunday Night Baseball, are just piling on the runs early in the game, and Mason Wynn just has to stand there and talk to him.
And that was the longest inning.
Oh, it took forever.
And the game for ESPN, eventually they're like, Coney, you grew up in Kansas City? Used to watch Cubs games after school? Hey, Eduardo, what'd you eat on the 4th?
They started
burgers,
clearing
sliders.
the deck.
They did.
They were clearing the deck.
Talk about freaking embarrassing. They literally were filling time on Sunday Night Baseball instead of the strategy or what do you do here? Do you shift or, what, you can't shift anymore? You bunt. I mean, like, instead of anything game related, They literally was looking for time.
They tried desperately at the beginning of the game and to kill some time in the rain delay to create this story between Pete Crow Armstrong and Suzuki about what great friends they were. Carl Ravitch did some interview that went 10 minutes. I'm sure the whole thing wasn't designed to go on the air, but they tried so hard to create this narrative that these guys are like brothers. And Ravitch would say to Pete Crow Armstrong, so this guy's like your big brother. And he'd say, yeah, kind of. And how about you, Saya? And he couldn't speak a word of English. And a translator would say, yeah, we're kind of like brothers. Oh. And this went like 9 or 10 minutes. It was so painful. And they tried so hard to have some kind of odd connection between these two. And they went back to it 3 or 4 times.
I've always wanted the translator to just go rogue and say, yeah, he says he can't stand him.
You'd have to think that's happened before. And
They taken a little license.
pro sports, yeah.
Well, the questions are always really wordy, and then the translator and they answer
It's the best when they.
and then they come back and everybody stares at the translator. He said, "You're correct." Like, there's no way that's all he said. I think the translator's like Charlie Marlowe umpiring. His mom just pulled up in the station wagon. He's out of here.
If it makes to the catcher's mitt, it's a strike.
Don Caesar said you can win and still lose to the Cubs.
Yeah.
There was a moment in the game last night when the tight shot of Wynn talking to, I think it's Pete Crow Armstrong at second, and Wynn had these two dangling earrings coming way down, and Armstrong had earrings, and I think he was putting on a sliding mitt, and I thought, boy, baseball sure has changed.
Well, different.
We got earrings and sliding mittens. It's what we're doing now.
That's the runway we're talking about, Doug, like a fashion runway. Starvin Marvin says we've had too many left-handed bats for 3 years now. It's true. When they face a lefty, like, well, what are we going to do? We don't have anybody right-handed. Herrera being hurt, we've said it, doesn't help.
No.
They sort of stumbled into him being their best player.
You take Herrera and Arenado out of the lineup, and there's not a whole lot of thump there. There's not much power.
And even though Arenado's on the other side of his career, he's still
better
threat.
than anyone else that was out there last night.
Correct. Read that bottom of the lineup again, Doug, last night.
Pozo, Nootbaar, Sajaci, Pages, and Hampson. That's your 5 through 9 hitters.
If you're a Reds fan watching Sunday Night Baseball, Hampson. Is that the guy we just cut a couple weeks ago? He does now appear to be the key to the whole team. I was surprised he didn't pitch last night.
Unbelievable. Well, this is what happens when Walker didn't pan out. They're still searching for another right-handed hitting outfielder.
At some point, do you question Randy Flores? The Cards farm system hasn't produced a good player in a decade. The front office won't spend to bring in stars. Goldie and Arenado are good players. Obviously, they traded for them. They continue to play the contract. When the team's solid, the return was all. When the team sold, the return was off. Anyway, people are frustrated, Doug, and they're letting everybody have it. Lisa said, Martin, were you not embarrassed? Now, I didn't take it personal, although my Cubs friends were texting me last night. They were having their fun this weekend.
That's the tough thing, too, is this was such like Cardinals and Cubs top division, like Cardinals contending, for like
They're still right there in the wild card.
Contending, and you got national TV game Sunday, Apple TV game Friday, and you kind of lay an egg. Saturday was great, but you perform poorly after the worst performance in a series against Pittsburgh, and now you got a week-long homestand. What do you expect in attendance-wise, fan engagement-wise, And then you know how this game works, and certainly for the Cardinals, they'll go win 5 of 6 here and be right back into it. We'll be sitting here on Monday saying, well, who can they go get in the deadline, right hitting outfield?
Buyers or sellers?
Right. It's like,
please don't ever say that on this show. What are they buying? What are they selling? And if they're selling and you trade Matz and you get something in return, great. We were saying for a while, you could trade Fetty. Okay.
Yeah.
We could stop that talk. So they're not buying, they're not selling. They'll add a middle reliever, Doug, you've never heard of.
Probably.
They'll be from Cleveland.
I'm just not sure what their trade bait is, what they've got to trade.
Well, no, they don't.
Helsley, I guess, has value, and Livator has value. Beyond that, either you got guys with huge contracts that nobody would want to touch, or I guess Donovan would have value. You either got huge contracts or guys that just aren't getting it done.
I think on some of my darkest days watching Cardinal baseball, I just think to myself, God, how much could you get for Brendan Donovan? Think of some of the talent.
On a dark moment, you mean? You think about that?
Yeah.
And that poor guy makes the All-Star game on a night when the game, good for him.
Absolutely.
Career baller, had a really tough month of June. He was hitting like 320 going into June. But that's another indicator. It's sort of a subplot to the weekend, but the All-Star teams, the reserves were announced, and the Cardinals for the third straight year have one All-Star, and every team gets an All-Star. There really was nobody this year with All-Star credentials.
And when you talk about what could you get for Donovan, a similar player was Tommy Edman. What'd they get for him?
Yeah, I don't
Eric
think
Fetty.
about that. Tommy Pham.
That's what they got.
Yeah. In fairness, Edmund was hurt at the time of the
Hadn't
trade.
played all year.
Yeah. So
I remember he even said, I'm kind of surprised they traded for me since I haven't played.
contemporary ball players, I would say, but different situation.
Last year's All-Star was?
Ryan Helsley.
Yeah.
2 years ago was?
Initials, please.
N.A.
Oh, Nolan Arenado.
No.
Oh, yeah.
And in 2022, you had 4 of them. I don't know if somebody
Pujols
did.
got in on like a
Well, you had
commissioner's
5.
exemption.
Sponsor's exemption.
Yeah, and that's actually what got him going was the home run
Yeah,
derby.
you're right. Yep.
Yeah.
That was awesome when they all like crowd around him. Is that in L.A.?
That was in L.A.
Yeah.
Goldie Arenado, Helsley, Michaelis, Pujols in 2022. So it used to be more common that they would have multiple. In 2019, a single All-Star on your 2019 Cardinals.
Can anyone explain how Javi Baez is a starting outfielder for the American League? You've got to be kidding me.
Is that a good year?
Mediocre year. He's got 9 homers and 30-some RBIs. Mediocre for an
And the
outfielder.
Tiger fans loaded up. They got 3 starters.
Scooble, him.
Well, no, Scooble is not even. It was Riley Green.
Right.
Denny McLain, probably. Mickey Lolich.
Riley
Curtis
Green.
Granderson.
Oh, they got 3 out for
Jack
God's sakes. Now
Morris.
I got to look it up. God.
Sean Casey used to run on his toes, Doug. Remember that? 06 World Series first baseman?
For the Reds?
No, for the Tigers.
Oh, Sean Casey played a long time for the Reds, but
Reds and Tigers.
Yeah, Reds.
The mayor.
Yeah.
Jackson, I'm headed to New Buffalo this week. Any restaurant Rex from Tiger Warson
Stray
Woods.
dog. Stray dog.
Stray Dog is the name that you're recommending?
Yeah, it's right by the beach. Really nice.
Stray Dog.
Saw the great Tim Convey, formerly of the Courtney
really?
Show. Now doing comedy full time. Shout out to Tim Convey. Saw him up there.
that's his full-time job now?
Amongst other things, podcasts, stuff like that. He still pops in.
Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of Cub fans in that New Buffalo area. It's right by Chicago,
Well,
as you
yeah,
mentioned.
I would think
and
so.
I had to hide my face after the Friday game.
Get a little further up the coast, maybe it becomes Tiger Country.
Holland,
Holland is a big St. Louis. Douglas is another
South
town.
Haven.
You're getting up in that area. You keep. Deerdorf lives past Charlevoix, way up there.
Yeah, he said he couldn't take the St. Louis summers anymore. It's too hot for him. He had to get out of here.
It was hot up there this weekend, man. I thought I was going to
How
get some
hot was
relief. It was 90 degrees, 90, approaching a little hotter certain times. That was hot all weekend. And you talked about bugs, Doug. I complained
got
about
bugs up there?
my bug bites after Cape Cod. I've got even more now.
Mosquitoes?
Is there something like where like my blood is attractive to mosquitoes or something?
I think there is different people have different chemistries, and bugs are attracted to different people.
I mean, I was basically dipping my legs in bug spray, and yet I have more bug bites than ever. And this has been like a year of this. It's brutal. I itched too, so that probably doesn't help.
Oh, no.
Where is Chairman Steve? We need him. Where's Jordan Walker? Back-to-back, where is? Jordan Walker is still out.
Appendicitis, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what, because before that, was it the wrist?
It was a
So I
wrist
don't
issue.
think we've had an update on Walker. There's your right-handed bat. I'd like to see them draft someone who actually will play the position that he plays, not like, oh, he's a catcher, but he can't catch.
I like those guys, though.
John Mozeliak had a bug fly into his ear once. This is for you, Doug, since you had a bug in your ear this week. It's still there. It's been running baseball operations since 2014.
Oh, the bug has.
Wow. That was the worst interview I've ever seen from the 636.
Oh, it was painful.
Are they
And
talking about
kept
the
going-
Mason win?
No, it was.
Or you're talking about the Suzuki?
Yeah,
I'm
they
sorry, I
tried
missed
so
it.
hard to get this connection. They'd say, "So I hear when Suzuki gets a hit, you feel like you got a hit right next to him." Oh, well, yeah, and that would be the entire answer. Okay, where are we going now?
So they missed the more obvious. It sounded like Mason Wynn and PCA were kind of friendly and knew each other for years. And then PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, got to second base, and Mason Wynn said, "What's your walk-up song?" I couldn't hear because they're cheering so loudly, chanting PCA MVP. Professor Roy Hinckley thinks they should just bring on the bananas. Is that soon? That was the makeup.
I saw a little bit of that on TV for the first time on Friday or Saturday night. I forget. They sold out Fenway Park, and I lost the game. Apparently, I didn't think they ever lost. But it looked like it was entertaining.
Sure. They lost? They were like,
I think they
I
did.
thought it was like a Globetrotters thing.
They played the firefighters. I think I saw that they lost.
Oh.
Listen to this. Hap, first rounder. Tucker, first rounder, trade with Houston. Suzuki, international signing. PCA, first rounder, trade with Detroit. I think it was the Mets.
Swanson,
first overall. Bush, first rounder. You got to love it. Kelly, second rounder, former Cardinal draftee. Horner, first rounder. Shaw, first rounder. The Cardinals.
Swanson was a trade, though.
I'm sorry?
Swanson was a trade.
Trade or sign.
Free agent.
Signed, yeah.
They're saying all these first rounders, a lot of talent there. Well, you could say the Cardinals. Hey, Gorman, Walker. There's plenty of first, not as many, but first rounders who have not panned out. All right, we got to get to the break here. It is the morning after TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen. We've got the Mick Ultra. Doug, are you watching the YouTube chat, which is presented by?
Okay.
Look at that. All the talk that's going on. Rams used to draft tweeners all the time. Visually, PCA and Suzuki look like brothers, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that much.
PCA looked like 2012 Marco Scudero. I swear they know what pitch is coming. There was some thought that Fetty has been tipping his pitch in recent starts because you rarely see a big league pitcher who's been around a little while just get teed off on as consistently. And that could be a little bit of what they've been talking about. I think Ollie indicated there that something's going to change. That they're not just going to roll him out there again.
You'd be shocked if Fetty makes that start.
Correct. You can't. And especially, like we said, when you're offering, this is a year for the younger players, there's runway. We've got clearing the deck. I really want to get into the guy whose food was getting stolen at work. I'm fascinated by that story. Brad Thompson joins the show. You're part of it as well, texting, calling. It's the morning after on 101 ESPN. I've been telling you about Together Credit Union, the great operation that started as Eagle Credit Union right across Anheuser-Busch for the AB employees. Now it's grown. Together Credit Union all around town, 14 branches. And when you get a home mortgage with them, everything's done here in town. And they have all types of mortgages that could work for you. I also want to tell you about that community contributor mortgage. I've mentioned it a few times, but what does that mean? Well, the community contributor mortgage is for teachers, firefighters, healthcare, and emergency medical professionals, even more. The benefits include a low down payment, lower interest rates, no private mortgage insurance requirements. So they have a loan specially designed for our community contributor friends. Together Credit Union knows that process gets a little complicated. They're going to make it real simple, all handled in-house right here in town. That includes the servicing, underwriting. Everything is done locally. Visit togethercu.org for full information about the rates, terms, details. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Find out more, togethercu.org. Together Credit Union here for you throughout the entire mortgage process. And again, for our community contributors, if that applies to you, teacher, firefighter, healthcare, emergency medical professional, get online. Together Credit Union, an equal housing lender and federally insured by NCUA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose last night at the hands of the Chicago Cubs. They lose 2 of 3 on the north side of Chicago. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they return to Busch Stadium for a 6:45 p.m. first pitch against the Washington Nationals, where Andre Palante will take the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Joshua then.
Oh, sure.
Well, it's part of the theme today, the music theme. Jackson was out Thursday, KG at the controls. You know what the theme was?
What's that?
Bangers.
Absolutely, as it should be.
I think that's the go-to for a producer when you don't really have a theme. You just say bangers.
These are
Absolutely.
bangers.
Absolutely. A lot of days in the year, you know. Can't have a theme every day. Makes the theme days more special.
Well, sure they do.
I apologize to the text line because when Mark from Quincy was on the line, there was a lot of texts that came in. I didn't see him at the time, Doug. They were not supportive.
Of him? Why?
And they just wanted Mark to play some Frogger, drink some bleach. So I just now saw all of those. We're doing our best. A lot of folks saying, please tell me Tim is just in the bathroom. Is he out again? Tim's out till next Monday.
Drop kick. That was a little softer.
Thank God.
It wasn't a full-blown lemming.
Thank God. Brad Thompson will talk a little baseball with us. Your questions for Brad. We did that papers with Tony La Russa. Questions QFTLR, and it was quite fun. People so questions for Brad. Feel free to fire off QFB. To think about that. On the text line, you can be part of the show at 399-9646. And I think if you want to change your text inbox name, what's the ruling until Wednesday?
You know what? I'm going to give him the whole week.
Wow.
I'm going to give him the whole. We're basically taking the first half of July, then we're going to be changing names because I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be sparse with it this week only because of a little extra do. When you're a man down, there's more to do, and so it's tougher for me to just be right on there with it. But I will do my best to get everyone's name changed or added so that they can feel more a part of the program because we want you to be a part of the program.
Well, sure we do.
Texting on in.
And maybe on occasion, while you're doing kind of dual duty, kind of helping host and putting names in. Yeah, a lot of people are concerned about the drops. Jackson, can we just have a little drop fest for those?
Okay.
There are some concerned that you're not doing your drop duty, and just go nuts. What do you got?
That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's have a balloon party.
Ain't a coach in this gym can take this whistle from me.
I've been listening for 2 minutes and have no idea where the show is going.
I like his stress sounded
There's a high
mad.
bar set here for coaching in St. Louis, apparently.
Naked bodies.
Matty Moss, the Columbia Beaver.
You want to talk about golf?
That's what I like. Well, you guys nailed it.
There you go. Do you feel better? All right, there you go. Jackson Burkett on the drops today. On the morning after. Tim's back next week. Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt. And now they're going to just start requesting drops on the text line.
Whatever they want.
If you could, Jackson. We had a Sadie Hawkins at the beginning. I forgot to offer it to you what the lead was. Cards-Cubs weekend. U.S. men's national team losing the Gold Cup final 2-1 to Mexico. Or City losing. They have one win in their last, I think it's the last 17 matches, Doug.
Well,
this thing's gotten a little away from them down on Market Street.
That'll happen. Well, for St. Louis, the Cardinals are the lead.
Yeah.
For the rest of the country, maybe the soccer was. Did you watch any of the soccer games?
Yeah, it was on the 2 Fox, Doug.
Oh, yeah, I know. I saw a little bit of it.
Yeah, the game-winning goal was originally called offside. Then they reviewed it, which is always kind of anticlimactic.
I hate the VAR thing. Really stinks in soccer, where they can go back and take a goal away because some guy's toenail was over, and now it's just not in the nature of the rule.
And there was an obvious hands there late in the game. See, the Mexican player literally kept himself from falling down by putting his hand on the ball, and that was okay.
Our coach, America's own Mauricio Pochettino, was not happy about that, Doug, after the game.
I think so.
Oh,
he literally put his hand right on the ball. There was no doubt, just to keep from falling down.
Yep.
And you can do that all of a sudden?
No,
maybe not all of a sudden. Maybe that's always been the rule.
Yeah, he lambasted the referee Mario Escobar in the wake of the U.S.'s 2-1 Gold Cup final defeat.
It was like the most obvious hands call I think I've ever seen.
I'm not going to cry, said in his post-match conference. I want to tell the truth, and the truth was that if that happened in the opposite, it's for sure a penalty. He pushed the hand over the ball. It's not the hand was on the floor and the ball touched.
Do you notice the visual? I don't know much if you guys were watching, but in all seriousness, when the game started and then really throughout, the haze that was in the building, I guess the Mexican fans all bring flares.
Yeah.
They sneak, and it is
And that's okay.
It's a dome. It's one of Doug's favorites because it's a dome stadium there in Houston where the Texans play. But I guess they fire off so many flares. There was just sort of the haze in the building the entire game.
How do you get that past security when you walk in?
I don't know, Doug. No, that's going to lead to a lot of
I mean, you can't even bring a bottled water into Busch Stadium. And you can bring flares into Houston? Seriously? What if they shoot them at the players? Or at each other?
I'm just telling you.
Or
they
at opposing
do.
fans?
How do you text? How do you sneak in a flare? Text in.
Oh,
Doug
you'll
wants to
see
know.
it in European soccer or some other places. There'll be 50 fans with laser pointers pointed at a guy trying to take a penalty kick. It's ridiculous.
They don't have the best record or history of acceptable behavior at those soccer
No,
games.
I would not say they're the North Star of fan etiquette.
North Star. Literally no one, and I mean no one cares about that soccer game. That's from Eric in the Central West.
I think the lead up, because I mean the World Cup will be in North America next year. Games in Kansas City for sure, and I think people are getting a little excited for that. I love the World Cup personally.
And I believe the hope, it's not official, but that St. Louis would be like a hub market. So a team, a country in the World Cup would be headquartered using the facilities here.
That makes sense.
Because you have all these different
ton of
teams that are
facilities
coming to town. You got to put them up somewhere, which would be kind of fun. So I think some people care about the soccer game.
Yeah.
I can't go literally no one. There was a text earlier, Doug, that said no one cares about the All-Star game.
Right.
Literally no one. I was using it as a reference point for the Cardinals' star power.
Right.
Because you can usually look at how many All-Stars you have. Hey, they're probably having a pretty good year. You go back in 1985, they're like 4 All-Stars. That was a good team. The heyday with Edmonds, Rowland, those guys, you always had 3 or 4. You throw in a Renteria, you might even have 5. Big Tough wants to know, where's Timmy? Where is he allowed to be gone? He is on vacation. World Cup, a.k.a. Woke Cup, from Eric in the Central West End.
What do they do that's woke?
Depends on your definition, I guess.
Play like a dirty. That's from the recovering alcoholic. So now we're taking your drop requests as well.
The whole flare thing has got me worried.
People are mentioning
It's
how
not too
they
far
sneak
from-
them in, Doug.
It's not too
Okay.
far from a gun. Is it a flare? It's close.
I like a little hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
Okay.
There was a massive pyrotechnics show at the beginning of the game, morons. That's from Dave Hay. I know that, but it continued throughout. And I was told by soccer people going into this weekend, watch for the flares sending off smoke. Anyway, well, we're morons.
Maybe you
That's fair.
shouldn't have fireworks displays in dome stadiums.
Shot at the Edward Jones Dome.
Wow.
Shot at the Super Bowl, the first Rams Super Bowl. Remember that? Was like half the game was played in the
Yes,
fog. Oh, what are they thinking? You can't do it there. Sorry. I know it looks good. You can't do it there.
Pete from Freeburg says you can bring water and food into Busch. You can also
I'm
pitch.
definitely bringing food.
I tried to bring a bottle of water in there, and apparently I had opened it, and they wouldn't let me in.
Oh,
I had
it's
to-
got to be sealed.
Had to throw it away.
Yeah.
Why would that matter?
Well, I think that
For your own safety, you don't want it
It's like the
open.
same rules as like the airport in terms of like liquids.
Yeah, I could have loaded it with nitroglycerin and blown the place up.
Right. That would be, I guess, the fear. But if it's sealed, then yeah. But you can bring food in. I used to bring in White Castle all the time. I like that.
Oh, I bet the people around you love that.
Well, they're eating their giant nachos or whatever they have. Not much more fragrant.
No.
I offer a cheese castle if they have a problem with it.
Oh, would you?
Sure.
Would you accept a cheese castle from a stranger?
Yeah, if they wronged me, as a sign of respect, here's an apology cheese castle, wouldn't you?
I don't think I would.
Yeah, it's where you and I split, bro.
Brad's going to make excuses for the poor players. STL Media is soft. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler, who also said fire Lutz. That's the first call we've had for Lutz Pfannenstiel to be fired. City SC. He's the Mozeliak of City SC. And let's see. Angry Dan. Joey Chestnut should be the lead. That was not even on the Sadie Hawkins.
Oh, he won another one.
The next text, can we please talk about Joey Chestnut?
70.5.
I missed it this year. But he won easily again, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't in it last year, back this year. 70.5 dogs.
He wasn't in it because he he advertised someone else's hot dogs
I
other
think
than
that might have been
Nathan's,
it. Yeah, I can't remember exactly the reasoning, but 70.5 hot dogs in 10 minutes is ridiculous. That's insanity.
Mm-hmm.
How many did Michaelis eat on Friday? 6 quick ones?
Yeah.
Had to eat it. Jackson, you're cute as a button.
Hey,
Not as hot as Doug, but still cute. That's from David Klein of Hedonism.
I think that's a...
take it when you can get it. Take the compliment. Yeah.
Rock solid. I don't think I could ever be as hot as Doug. Although I hope to be when I reach his age.
Martin, you didn't even read my text name. That's from Jamie's Vacation Speedo. Okay. Doug, they want their names read. They want the drops played, the names read. Cards dropped the series. Had they won last night, Doug, I think that, in all seriousness, would have been one where like, oh, thank God they won the series.
Yeah,
I know it's just another game.
Yeah.
But I think, and I appreciate your premise, and I'm not trying to revisit that. I think that's one where even you today would have said that was a big series win. Would you not have said that?
Well, yeah, because they'd only be 4.5 out.
Right, and given the loss Friday,
the win.
you can really bury that loss in your memory bank if you win the last 2.
When you're playing the team you're chasing, every game's worth 2 in the standings.
Right.
But instead they forfeited and pitched somebody that everyone knew was...
Would have been probably better to forfeit.
Got an hour rain delay. What if it just been rained out?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it'd been great.
How about we make this one up when we've figured out what to do with Fetty? Can we just get back to you on this one? I know you got a packed house. It did look fun, didn't it?
Yeah.
We had a texter saying that they were amazed. They were there last night. Amazed at the helmet nacho intake of Cubs fans.
Really?
They're right there with us.
They're beer snake folks, right? That's what they do out in the bleachers.
Yeah.
I think historically, and then it became like a big UFL, XFL thing too, right?
Yeah.
No, the bleachers, that's fun. Have you ever sat in the bleachers?
Never been to Wrigley Field.
Oh, no.
I know. I really got to go.
Let's right that wrong.
I really want to go. But I want it to be Cubs Cardinals. I don't want to just be like Cubs against somebody else. I want it Cubs Cardinals. I want to do it right. Group of friends. I'll do it. I bet in the next 2 years I'll make that trip.
Tim had his bachelor's party years ago in Chicago. We went to Wrigley Field, and we were on the one of those buildings across the street in right field.
Oh, the rooftops.
You couldn't see a lot.
Really?
No. It's
see
really
a lot.
just the idea.
Yeah.
I've been on the rooftops a couple of times. I don't remember watching much of the game.
No.
You're just there.
So they don't go back to Wrigley at any point for the rest of the year, right?
Oh, they have to.
There's no way of knowing that.
No, they're going back.
Absolutely
Of
no
course
way.
they're going back. They'll go at least twice. Cubs will come here at least twice. They'll go there. They'll be going
I see the Cubs are coming back here
in
early August.
It's probably a September trip up there.
I hope so, because I'll be in Chicago in early September. Maybe I can make that happen this year.
Cardinals do actually just suck. We're trying to convince ourselves they don't, and I'm just as guilty of it as anybody, but they suck. That's from Arbor Day.
Well, there are times when they look totally overmatched, and last night was one of them. But you can't take away the fact that they are still in the wild card race.
They're right there for the third
they're there.
wild card.
5 games over 500, so they looked horrendous on this road trip. They just looked horrible. Hopefully that's the low water mark of the season, and they'll get it together. That's what you got to hope for, right?
Couldn't hit in Pittsburgh, couldn't pitch at Wrigley. And it was it was hard to watch is the short answer. I will say this team this year has had some exciting games. They've had some exciting moments, walk-offs, and the Yohel Pozo, I don't know who he was 3 months ago, right? Nobody did. And then you start finding out more about him. John Denton wrote about it on Saturday after the big home run. Guy was a grinder in the minor leagues. He's like 28, but he spent 11 years in the minors. And then a few years ago, he was homeless when the minor leagues right after COVID. Remember, there was I don't remember all the particulars, but he lost health insurance. He's got a son that has some serious issues with strokes. Terrible, sad. So how could you not root for?
Oh, that's awesome.
I said Pozo is all of us playing softball at Forest Park.
I love that tweet.
Just swinging his hard.
That got a lot of laughs on my family vacation, by the way.
The bat throw on top of it.
So, it's like a real moment where you thought, all right, here we go. Like the team's they can get hot, win the second game, win a third game, I should say, on Sunday, and that could be the turning point. That could be like the start of the moment. You look back on that, and then you lay the biggest egg you could possibly lay on Sunday Night Baseball, and now it feels like we're back to square one.
I wonder how many other major league players have ever been homeless. I'm sure there's probably been 1 or 2, but that's tough because you got to keep playing.
Right.
Somehow you got to keep playing as a homeless person. You got to keep eating and exercising and staying in. Well, maybe you don't have to stay in shape, but you got to keep playing and keep your name out there.
By the way, caller Ellen, earlier when I said Pozo is listed 5'11", 201, which seemed a little generous in both categories. She sent a link that said he was 263, but if you click the link, it goes back to ESPN.com, 5'11", 201, baseball reference, 5'11", 201. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change matters, but God bless Yohel Pozo. That was fun. That was an epic shot. When it lands on Waveland, too, it's more dramatic. It's
he's a strong guy, for sure.
My God. And the bat throw was epic as well. Good for him, but in the end, it's just another exciting game in a season.
You hope that's not the season highlight.
Right.
For him,
or for the
it
Cardinals.
could be, but not as a team. You don't want that to be the high water mark.
But you're still right there, Doug. You're still right in that third
There's no
wild
denying
card.
that. So I think if it were up to me, I'd say we're just going to keep playing hard and see if we can get a wild card spot. Because I don't know that you've got a lot of trade bait there that's going to bring you anything of significant value.
The problem with this Cardinals team, I can't convince myself that they can pitch and win in the playoffs. We had this debate last week. I think I said to Tim, do you think they can win the division? I'm paraphrasing now. I think we're like, no, but can they win in the playoffs? Sure, why not? With the format the way it is, Libator and Gray, maybe.
Palante's been pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can win a series. You just got to figure out right now for the next second half of the season, those fourth and fifth starts are just atrocious right now.
Got to have to get Herrera and Arenado back for sure. Herrera, I think they're thinking maybe after the All-Star game. So that's another week and a half.
I heard Mozeliak on CamWalks yesterday saying he thought he'd be at the ballpark this week, getting closer to like maybe a rehab assignment. I'm paraphrasing again. I think he's getting closer, but you can tell they missed that bat. They really right-handed. I mean, you think of that lineup when you start talking about Burleson and Newt, Donovan, lefty, lefty, lefty. They've been that way for a while. So what do you make of it, Doug? They didn't win the series. The road trip was 4-5. Thank God for the sweep in Cleveland. You forget about that from 1 week ago.
Yeah, that seems like it was a long time ago.
If you have tickets to a Cardinal game, I'm going to suggest go on Saturday. I think they're 12-2 on Saturdays.
Really?
And a lot of their big comebacks and exciting games have fallen on a Saturday. All right, texters throughout. We'll continue to share those. It's the Air Comfort text line at 399-9646, 314-9646. Phone line open to the folks in Quincy at 974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone line. It's the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen, and Tim is here. But Doug, this will help folks.
What?
They get to hear Tim's voice.
Talking about mentality.
Mentality is a local healthcare facility where you can get your numbers checked. If you are dealing with low energy, low motivation, you've put on some weight, maybe you're working out, but you're not putting on muscle like you used to. If you're feeling anxious, moody, irritable, lack of focus, or mental clarity, those are symptoms of low testosterone. And Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform their very best. Mentality can help you out with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. I went out there, I got tested, I was in and out in 20 minutes. Super knowledgeable and friendly staff. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. If you want to learn more, go to mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information.
It is the morning after TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, and Doug's monitoring the YouTube chat. That's going on. That's presented by Michelob Ultra. The fans, they're fired up, Doug.
Are they? I bet they are.
They're ready for the postseason to arrive. It is TMA on 101 ESPN. this a banger, Doug? Is that what it is? Another banger?
I guess it could be.
This one's got a little more reasoning behind it.
Okay, it was on this date.
Peace and love, peace and love. Ringo Starr's birthday today.
84?
I'll say 85.
Doug nails it again. He's 85.
85. Still going pretty strong, too.
Absolutely.
He seemed like perhaps the most normal of the group. When you see him in interviews and things.
Yeah, I can't speak to it as much, probably.
And maybe he didn't take himself as seriously as the others.
Yeah.
That I can.
And maybe they didn't take him as seriously. But God bless Ringo. Married to Barbara Bach, or is it Catherine Bach, Doug? One of those Bachs.
Yeah.
One of them was in the
don't know
Dukes of
which one.
Hazzard, I think. We could probably look it up as well, just like people texting saying,
What do you think his net worth would be?
Oh, my God.
Ringo Starr. Pushing $1 billion?
I think probably right around the B.
Beatles,
I would go
library.
B.
I don't know. Let's,
Okay,
we're all looking it up. Okay. Because whatever
Talk
comes
about
up
yourselves.
will be absolutely accurate too. This got him at $350 million. This AI says $350 million. Finance Monthly has $350 million.
Barbara Bach. She's only 77.
The Beatles sold their publishing rights in 1985 for the vast majority of their catalog for $47.5 million. Do you know who bought said
Did
catalog?
Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson is correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that wild? It seems like a real steal for $47.5 million. You get the Beatles, most of their catalog, the rights to it at least.
Yeah. Well, everything seems cheaper when you go back years and years.
How much they buy the Cardinals for?
Yeah. $150 million. Then they sold the garages for $90 million. So they basically, got it for like $60 million.
Gift cards. Bought the team for gift cards. They're not happy in New York about anything, Doug. They're never happy in New York. And then Sal Licata, WFAN, gets into it with a caller over the media, quote, needing to take accountability for the young New York athletes that are struggling. So this happens in all markets. Mm-hmm. The audience is mad at the host.
I mean, these kids are all young. They come up here. They don't arrive here with that deer in the headlights look. They leave New York with that deer in the headlights look. And you guys have to take some responsibility. You guys badger them all day long on this station and Facebook and all social media outlets, and you don't think these players read this? Accept some of the responsibility. They don't come here that way. They leave here that way. Where is Gleyber Torres this year? He's on the All-Star team.
Yeah, okay, he's on the All-Star team.
Why is that? Why? You think,
and that's my fault. That's my fault.
Right. No, but you want to point fingers. You know whose fault it is. It's not yours. It's not the media. It's not FAN. It's the players.
Get lost.
Yeah, no. You don't want to hear.
Get lost. Bye. Thank you. Get lost. Are you kidding? Yeah, blaming the fans on social media and media members for questioning guys when they're not performing. Get lost. People say nasty things about us on social media. Is that, I didn't perform today because people were saying I should be fired and I suck, so I didn't have a good show. I need to go to another town to thrive. I just can't take it. Either ignore it or suck it up. Did we ruin Aaron Judge? Did we ruin Juan Soto? Or Garrett Cole? Or CC Sabathia? How'd the Yankees ever have a dynasty in the 90s with sports talk radio? Oh, the horror.
Well,
so the caller, who sounded a little bit like the Mets guy who was mad at the Mets.
That's a generic New York caller.
Really, yes. It's like an AI-generated New York angry caller has to have that accent. But Sal was trying to talk, and he just said, get lost. But he was saying, you guys are badgering these guys. It is a different world in New York. But Sal's got no time for it, Doug. No time for it at all.
I suppose you could probably find somebody that was really damaged by negative media coverage he got for years.
So the question I put in the dossier, given that you guys have worked...
The Stiefel dossier.
That's right, the Stiefel dossier. You guys have worked in media for a long time. Do you think guys actually listen and take what the media says to heart? And do you think it's more common for them to listen and read things now than it was 20 years ago?
We had this debate, and then Matt Holliday said he thinks more likely now that they do pay attention because you almost can't
avoid it.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if you'd take it to heart. I would think it could frustrate you or annoy you. Let's just say you're driving around and you're flipping around. They're like, this guy's the worst ever. Like, Oh, they're talking about me. I think it could be frustrating, but I don't think it would eat you alive. But I guess it depends on the player.
Yeah, you couldn't let it eat you alive. Right. Or it would.
Right.
But everybody's addicted to their phone, and if you're a 20 or 30-something athlete, I'm sure you're just as likely to be had your head in your phone all day long as anyone else. Long plane rides and everything else. I'm sure they're scrolling social media and see what people are saying. You couldn't help it.
Right. And baseball, maybe, and this is, I'm curious what you guys think, like, it's pretty obvious if you're doing well or not, you know? Like, obviously there's times where you hit it hard to somebody, and but if you're hitting under the Mendoza line with a lot of strikeouts, you can't be like, well, but I'm playing well. Like, whereas in football, you know, some of the things might go unnoticed, or basketball or hockey, there's some intangible things, or some things away from the ball/puck that you can do. In baseball, it's like, are you hitting or are you not? You know, and it's not going to be a shock to them if they hear a sports media person say, like, you're not playing very well.
I bet when you're playing well, you're much more likely to scroll social media and see what people are saying than when you're really struggling.
Yeah.
That's when you probably stay off it, not wanting to see what they're saying.
Right.
It is a good point about the stats not being an indicator. So during the middle of a Blues season, you could say, oh, this Foxa, he's playing great. He's really making a difference. But you look at his stats, he's got 4 goals and 12 assists. But they'll rave about what he's doing, and it's probably legit. You know, an Oscar Sundqvist. You just look at his stats. Oh, no, we need more from him. Oh, he's playing great. He's one of our top performers.
He's upsetting a lot of apple carts.
Yes. And there is not a comp for that in baseball. If you're hitting 212, yeah, he's really doing a lot of great things for us. People are like, no, he's not. Look at that batting average. I think the difference in New York is also the day-to-day. I bet Aaron Judge gets interviewed every day. You know, if you're a big leaguer in Cleveland or St. Louis, you might get talked to once a week. Maybe twice a week, but I bet you anything. Aaron Judge pregame. Hey, Aaron. Yeah, from WBB Bet. Hey, real quick over here, pal. Hey, from New York Newsday Times. Hey, real quick. Those guys just get hammered because just the sheer amount of media that exists in New York.
I would hope their media relations people would shield them from some of that. They probably do. At some point, it gets in the way of getting ready for a game.
Right.
Baseball's
so
like the
media's fault, though, that the young players have not.
No. Baseball,
did it ruin Juan Soto, Doug?
I don't think he's ruined. But baseball's like, as far as I know, it's about the only sport where you go into the locker room right before a game and start talking to people. You don't do that in any other sport.
Can we look at Cairo on this point? What did he do when media and fans got on him for his effort? That's what I thought. From Arnold Watertower. Are they saying that it affected him? The most famous was the Berube comments, and then the fans booed, and he was in tears, and then responded and played well.
Yeah.
I think that was a little beyond even a media, although there's a lot of Cairo media critique. I don't know how aware he is that he at times has been like the whipping boy. I mean, there are people would be critical of Parayko for years. Oh, I wish he'd do more. I don't think he ever knew that, or it never got to him. It really depends on the player.
You would have to develop a thick skin, otherwise it would drive you nuts. And they probably talk about that within the team. Pay no attention to this stuff. We know who you are and what you're doing, and your teammates know. And the tough guy sitting in front of a keyboard in his basement, he doesn't know. So it could be a consider the source type of way that they deal with it.
You guys will never get calls like that guy because you're simply not as controversial as NYC media. Still love TMA. That's from Rodney in the car. Hey, we had Mark calling the wits out on this show.
Sell the team is what I heard. I heard sell the team. Tell me that's not passion. Tell me that's not what people want to hear. Come on now.
Hey, New York guy, call in here.
Yeah, for real.
Blame Jackson for the terrible pitching we saw this weekend.
Is it fair to demand the team be sold after you had like 25 really good years?
Right.
And then a couple of down years? That's it. You're out. Sell the damn thing. Probably not fair.
Phone lines are open to you. We're going to talk to Brad Thompson next hour. Callier and Thompson brings you those phone lines. 314-974-0101. 974-0101. You can still get your name change in this week. Jackson's allowing it till the 11th of July. This is rare. And extend with the holiday and then your exit.
Yeah.
To New Buffalo. We were allowing a little longer window here. We've also got Tim telling you about the title sponsor of this here show.
Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA, and they have been for a couple of years, and we're very grateful for their support. If you love this program, support the sponsors. That's the name of the game, and Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor. They are local. They are committed to St. Louis. They were founded in St. Louis in 1979, and they are still here supporting the community and taking care of their clients. Brown and Crouppen knows that if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you're going to want somebody who knows the local area and the local legal environment. That's what they specialize in. It's Brown and Crouppen, committed to the St. Louis area, having just recently built brand new offices on the Hill. The number is 314-222-2222, or you can go online at brownandcrouppen.com. That's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Big Tough says, yeah, we're really doing 3 hours of baseball talk today. Take that dossier and set it on fire.
Okay, Tough.
What was Big Tough want to talk about? You know,
couple of down years. Good one, Doug. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
That's not true. They've had a couple of down years.
Yeah. I think they're saying. I think they're saying there's more. They won that division in 2022.
Right. So we're looking at a third down year.
Cairo heard Sharon Clayton. Cairo heard those boos loud and clear. He would have to be one of the most disciplined people to not look at social media after that. Right.
I think it would hurt more to be booed by the home fans than to read criticism online. Yeah. That would hurt, to go out there playing for the home crowd and they're booing you.
Right. And it's tough sometimes because it's just human nature to react negatively to someone saying something negative about you. But when someone's doing it from a burner account on Twitter,
that means nothing.
You can't operate that as a real person. If they don't have the courage to attach their name to it, if they're doing it from some fake account with a cartoon avatar, then they're clearly not, comfortable saying that in a normal setting. Therefore, but you're right, when you hear boos in person, and now that's
from the home team, you love to hear it on the road.
That's crowd mentality. Like, you're not going to walk by somebody on the street and they just start booing you as you walk by them. That would be intense. Or maybe in Philly or somewhere on the East Coast. That happened to me once. Really? Someone booed you on the walk? What do you mean?
And then he started screaming something about Dan Rather. I was being blamed for what CBS was doing. He started booing me.
Booming. Did he yell, "What's the frequency, Kenneth"?
I don't know, but he says, Dan Rather was wrong, and you're a part of it. I said, okay.
How did somebody get into the CBS studio and he yelled, "What's the frequency, Kenneth?" during a new network newscast? Look this up.
I thought that's when he claimed he was abducted.
No, but it actually happened.
I know.
Somebody actually ran into the network studio and screamed, "What's the frequency, Kenneth?"
Right.
You've been to those network buildings. There's some level of security.
Yeah, 1986.
To get into the building, first of all. And there's a great song by R.E.M. called "What's the Frequency, Kenneth?"
Yeah, it became the title of the song.
Well, there was a guy in L.A. years ago. Somebody got into the studio when he was on the air, and I held a gun to him, I think.
Oh, God.
The local news, TV?
Yeah. Oh. One of the L.A. stations.
But the CBS network tower in New York, who's got the lobby's got to have some security. Then you got to get off the elevator. Then there's got to be a locked door here or there. But somehow on network news, a guy gets in. I'm calling conspiracy on it, Doug. It was an inside job.
Probably walked in with somebody, or he worked there himself and lost his brain.
Martin, you got to ask BT how social media impacts players. What about Kevin Durant and burner accounts? Media matters, and yes, some players are impacted. I think for sure it can have an impact. I just don't think across the board you can say, well, it's the media's fault that these players are all struggling. Or I'm sure that it has some effect, the media coverage. I mean, we saw LeBron James go after Stephen A. That had to do with his son.
Sure.
But certainly it upset him. It had some impact on him.
Yeah, I mean, the whole, and it's a movie, but the whole premise of 61, and it's taken from real life with the Roger Maris thing, is that the media was so hard on him when he was just trying to play ball. Now, obviously, that's a long time ago, and that's in New York, but that's an example from 50 years ago or so.
Doug, seriously, a couple of bad years. Look at it objectively. Go back to the beginning. If they don't luck out on Pujols, this whole ownership would be looked at differently.
Yeah, if the Yankees didn't luck out on Babe Ruth, they wouldn't have won what they did.
Now,
boy, you got me there.
The only thing I'm wondering is, are they talking about in 22 when Pujols came along. And that saved him that year. Clearly it did in 2022. If that's what they're not just his career in St. Louis.
Sure.
But that 1 year did sort of mask the last few. The malaise that's been sort of talked about.
He may be saying they drafted Pujols in like the 13th round, so they
got lucky that he made it big. I didn't know if they were saying in recent years.
A lot of teams could say that. We didn't get lucky. We didn't pick this guy in the first round, so that means we're lucky. I think this guy turned into a star.
I think a lot of fans are just like, they view the Cardinals as reactive as opposed to proactive. And you compare that to like Doug Armstrong and the Blues, who's very proactive in making moves. And the Cardinals have been proactive before.
Yeah,
decisive, right. There's no in-between hybrid like the Cardinals are running. The Cardinals are often reactive. Like fans are like, man, this rotation's going to be a real problem. And then the rotation's a real problem, and then they do something about it.
I think we're spoiled as a fan base. They were so good for so long. We just assume that they're going to be in the playoffs every year.
Right.
We just assume that they are. And if they're not, we get mad and want them to sell the team. Almost every franchise has some down years. Almost all of them do. And the Cardinals are in that now.
But I think if they make a bunch of bad decisions in a row, as a fan, you can say, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Yes, you've had a great run. Yes, you've had a great resume. Why did we extend Michaelis? Why don't we use McGreevy more? Why didn't we notice that Fernandez was shot before everybody else noticed in the league? I think there are reasonable questions. Some of the contracts that didn't work out. How did you get this wrong, that wrong? And over the last 10 years, it's the opposite of the 10 before that, where they were really good. So I think some of that frustration is fair. Are you guys still talking Catholic grade schools? Doug, were we talking Catholic grade schools?
I guess we probably should.
How did we get away from it for so long?
Quite a bit into the show at this point.
The Dogtown Astrovan wants to know, because he said in the late 90s, the Epiphany dads would drink beer in the parking lot instead of buying the beer served in the gym at the 6th grade tournament. They were all members at Algonquin. There you go, Doug. You were wondering about our grade school discussion.
The guy's upset that they didn't go inside to buy the beer?
I guess he's saying they were cheapskates. The dads would drink the beer in the parking lot instead of buying the beer served at the gym at the 6th grade tournament. Because you got to go in and support the kids. And what better way to support grade school kids than to be serving alcohol and making money off of it?
But if your kid is inside playing, what are you doing outside in the parking lot drinking beer?
Dogtown Astrovan, call in. It's pretty simple. 974-0101 on a Hot Take Monday here on TMA. Let's see. This show is so bad without Tim. Listening to Martin Run Point makes me feel like I'm riding in my grandparents' car.
Okay, stop it.
That's from Pales. Make-A-Wish radio gig ends this Friday.
I'm real close to blocking him.
Pales
real close.
Make-A-Wish radio gig ends this Friday. Riding my grandparents' car. Is that like an old school, like Jim White hosting?
I guess it could be. Bob Burns and Bob Bragg doing their show. We'll take your trade proposals.
Who would you like to see the Cardinals trade? Call in. It's called tailgating, Doug. Talking about the parents sitting in the parking lot.
You're tailgating at your third graders' basketball game instead of going in? Really? You're that hooked on alcohol?
You have a couple cold ones. You go in, you yell at the ref, get kicked out, and you go right back to tailgating.
And that's normal?
You know, some days.
Cardinal fans are definitely babies. The plan was to play the young guys this year. They've done that, and they are outperforming expectations. Somebody's on board there, Doug, in the 314. We were debating earlier who exactly are the young guys.
Yeah, there's only a couple of young guys. There's only a couple, and they're not really tearing it up. Walker has continued to struggle. Gorman is close to not being one of the young guys anymore. He's hit a few home runs here lately. Scott has been okay, so-so, good defensively, not a lot with the bat. Who are the other young guys that are tearing it up?
God, I hate agreeing with you in any form.
Okay, well, I'd probably agree with that. I guess Wynn, still a young guy.
Yeah,
he looks like he's going to be the shortstop that you're comfortable with him for the next several years. He's only 23.
Though, do you think Alan Craig is?
Well, I don't think he probably cares too much about Mason Wynn's age.
The Cardinals are 5 games over 500. The Cubs are 18 over. That puts you 6.5 back in the division. 6 games left before the All-Star break. Nats are in town. The Washington Nationals, without a manager and a general manager, are here Tuesday through Thursday, all-night games. Braves are here over the weekend. From the 3-4, I think the disconnect with some of the fans is that the Cardinals are mediocre a lot. It's fine. just not to want a mediocre team. There's a difference between mediocre and bad. It's sort of the purgatory. And that's where we had that comp of the Blues trying on the fly to kind of retool, where you don't, they while they're still moving forward, they're changing things. They don't come to a complete stop or tank. It is that middle ground, but the Cardinals do seem to have a little bit of that purgatory feel, Doug.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd still rather be in the middle ground than be where the Pirates are, or the Rockies, or the Nationals, and tell their fans, listen, we're rebuilding. Just give us 3 or 4 years. We'll be there. I don't ever want to see the Cardinals get there. I'd rather see them stay in the middle ground at their worst. And then when they
could just get hot.
They hit on a couple players, and if we can just get hot, we can get right back in this baby.
We're the St. Louis Cardinals, so get it done.
St. Peggy of Scotland is better than St. Kitty. There you go, St. Peggy.
Hey, stop it.
St. Peggy of Scotland has chimed in. Let's see. Can't be too mad because this is the same management group that signed the next big thing with Hampson. So you got to take the bad with the good.
I don't know. That
Bobby
Hampson's...
Big Wheels texting in.
I don't know if he's going to be the next big thing or not.
Needs to be in that lineup a lot.
That I don't get. I do not get that. If I'm an outfielder in AAA having a pretty good year and they sign Hampson and he's playing somewhat regularly, I'd be pretty upset. I would think, well, I guess I'm not going to get a shot here.
He shouldn't be playing regularly. I know there's circumstance and they're right-handed bats and all that, but if this is the runway season, even the Vic Scotts of the world, the good, the bad, whatever, just out there more times than not. I want to talk about the Phoenician Scheme. Is that a movie?
Wes Anderson.
Is that the new Wes?
Wes Anderson's newest movie.
That's from the 314. Did you have a breakdown of that, Jackson?
I really enjoy it. You know, if you're a big Wes Anderson fan, I think you'll enjoy it as well. It's a little more convoluted than some of his other movies, but some great performances. There's a basketball scene in it with Bryan Cranston, Tom Hanks, and Benicio del Toro.
Oh, wow. Playing little hoops?
It's awesome.
Game of 21?
Playing horse.
Buckets?
They're playing horse.
Can any of them play? You can tell by watching a guy shoot if he can play or not.
Tom Hanks got a little bit of skill.
Does he?
Yeah, sure. Didn't love what I was seeing from Benicio on his jumper. Crushing tape on Benicio, but
crushing tape.
Cranston and Tom Hanks weren't half bad.
From the 618, the Blues try, the Cardinals don't.
They
that's
try. A bad narrative. I think it's the reactive, proactive thing. I think the Blues are, like Martin said, decisive and proactive in what they do. I think the Holloway and Broberg deals were proof.
Even trading Bolduc.
Right.
That surprised people. They had a plan. They're like, sorry, we got a surplus there. We need a right-handed defenseman. Done.
Yeah. Whereas the Cardinals are not that. They play the contract, as you say, and baseball is more apt to play the contract.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly more so than hockey, a salary-capped league. But in baseball, yeah, you play the contract, and you can look at some bad contracts maybe or some that haven't aged well, but that's the situation.
And if you got a player in hockey who's not quite playing up to the contract, you don't have to play him the whole game.
Right.
You know, he can get 9 or 10 minutes on the ice instead of being in the lineup and batting 4 times like everybody else in baseball when you got a guy struggling there.
And it doesn't hurt as bad. You know, you put you're not playing Michaelis, that's what, $18, $19 million that you're just basically pouring down the drain. You know, not the same in hockey.
Arbor Day has chimed in. St. Margaret of Scotland is essentially a public school with a religion class. The whole place reeks of patchouli, and they all have to wear Teva sandals and fanny packs as part of their uniform.
Where is this?
I don't know. I'm not as familiar now.
St.
Margaret.
St. Margaret
of Scotland.
Isn't that down there by the botanical gardens?
I guess. Right? They're now taking shrapnel, unfortunately.
That's unfair.
It is unfair. The views of the texture do not reflect the views of the dais.
No. I don't even know where it is.
The Cards GM's scared. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville. Who is the GM? You know the answer to that?
Michael Gersh? No, it's Special Projects.
He is the vice president.
I guess Chaim Bloom, right?
What is it? Was he the president of Special
Vice
Operations?
President of Special Projects.
Okay, Mike Gersh is the GM this year.
Is it Chaim Bloom?
John Mozeliak.
So he went back.
The title.
He went back just for 1 year.
Yes. No, Chaim Bloom is. What is his title? Is the better question.
GM
Hobo
in waiting.
Yeah. Hampson is Siani 2.0. Good speed, no offense. Why did we sign and play Scott 2? I think Hampson, Siani,
yeah. Sharon in Clayton says you drink in the parking lot at grade school games to try to forget the dumb mistake you had of having a kid.
Oh, no. Now kids are taking shrapnel,
Yeah,
Doug.
she's anti-kid.
Let's see. Ollie's not showing any management expertise. Look at Cubs and Council. That's a good team. I do like Ollie yanking Fetty early, and that's why I do wonder sometimes if it's a front office dugout, not a riff at all. They're on the same page, but if it's like, hey, we should probably do something about this Fetty, and they're like, roll him out there another time. Then the only way you can show up, okay, fine. I'm taking him out after an inning and a third.
When you have a horrendous game like that, and there's nothing good to come from it, it is pretty easy to say, our team is horrendous, everyone's an idiot, they all should be fired.
Right.
And the other team looks like the greatest team ever put on the field.
You can say Craig Counsell's out managing. They have a better team. They got better players. Like, what? I don't get that at all. The manager thing, like, oh, if we just fire the manager, things will turn around. It doesn't put new players on the field.
No.
And it's so silly to me.
Yeah, there's every manager. People were mad at Counsell 2 weeks ago. They said this team is dead. It's going nowhere.
Right.
After they lost the first 2 games here. Remember, PCA forgot there were 2 outs. It was a bad look.
Yeah.
Since then, things have turned around quite a bit for the Cubs.
Right.
Multi-part question. What was the average attendance this past weekend in Chicago versus the series in St. Louis? If the crowds were larger in Chicago, I'll bet it's been decades since that occurred. They always drew well in Chicago. I don't think that's a new phenomenon, but it definitely had a different feel and look to it.
The stadium's not near as big as Busch.
But it was packed.
Yeah.
It definitely had a better vibe, energy. There's no doubt about it. All right, coming up on 9 o'clock, Brad Thompson at 9:30 the morning after. Tim's out till next Monday. Load up those texts, tell us how we're terrible. Doug, I'm like driving in your grandparents' car.
Well, both of us.
Yeah, that's fair. Text into the show. You can call in. Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. We also have the studio cameras brought to you by Air Alliance Team. You can watch on YouTube, the TMA YouTube page. That's presented by Michelob Ultra. Got the Stiefel dossier still to get to. Do we have to wait to clear the deck, Jackson?
No, we can clear the deck next segment.
I like this topic about people stealing food at work. So, Doug, it's not all baseball. Big Tuft, you've been told.
Stealing food like at the vending machine?
No, like out of the communal fridge.
Oh, stealing other people's food that they brought in for lunch.
And then there was a solution to it. Then that didn't go so well. We do have a lot to get to. It's the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
Dents Express is local, and if you have some dents that you need tended to, Dents Express takes it all and takes care of you by taking care of everything with your insurance. It's a local gem, Dents Express, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love is these guys aren't just good, they're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. That means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, they take it from there. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and located in West County. Call 636-227-5050, or just swing by. Tell Gray that TMA sent you their way. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
This is a banger.
It's a banger.
But you're not an Oasis guy.
I'm not a Wonderwall guy. I'm not a Wonderwall guy. But they did perform their first concert back together over the weekend, 4th of July and 5th in Cardiff, Wales.
And the brothers have been sideways on off for years.
Some theorizing that they're still sideways.
They perform separate sides of the stage.
Gritting their teeth.
Maybe a wall down the middle.
They hugged, I think, at that show in Wales. And it didn't seem like the most loving of hugs. But those tickets are crazy
the Black
expensive.
Crowes do the same thing. Their brothers in charge, and they get to feuding. Take your Black Crowes text calls. Most of the text line, Doug, now is split talking about St. Margaret of Scotland or about the Cardinals' mediocrity. So we've taken the show in a lot of directions here. It's unbelievable how many grade school texts this show gets. Tim usually does more of the monitoring. This is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Let's see. Next Monday, okay, I'm out. Hear you all when Tim gets back. There's a lemming, Doug. That's the Veiled Prophet.
Okay.
I paid for FanDuel for the entire year. I'm not sure I'll sign up again next year. I've paid $190 and I've watched like 5 games. I went so long without access to the game, I think we've just moved on. The president of Special Products, Martin, I'm the president of Special Projects. Yes, Jackie.
Yes, Jackie.
Oasis, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Yeah, I know people love them and are really excited about their return. Just not that song in particular. I thought was like overplayed or a little not my favorite song.
You guys talked about the coach making an impact with the Blues when they hired Monty. Why not with Ollie? And that's a great 10-2, 10-3 topic someday too. Is the coach that has the most impact on the sport. Now, you can do a lot in the dugout. In the line, Whitey would always say, you're going to win 70 and lose 70 going into the year. You're just going to win 70 games. Everybody does, unless you're the White Sox, Rockies. And then there's a bunch that are up for grabs.
Right.
And a good manager can win you, 6 to 10 maybe with some strategy.
That's the good question is what sport does the coach impact? You have to think football, right?
Oh, yeah, I would say football.
Yeah, just from a play calling aspect.
Choreograph everything that's going on.
Right. Hockey, baseball, basketball can kind of be played without a coach. If you don't have any plays written down in football, it's going to be kind of a cluster.
I wonder if Fetty's tipping his pitches. We mentioned that earlier, that it seems like that's been kind of kicked around his last couple of starts where he gave up 14 earned runs. I blame myself and Chairman Steve. They had won the first 2 games in that Cubs series at Busch. Remember the excitement, all those 2-run homers, 8 runs, back-to-back games. And then I did the sports from Chairman Kurt's balcony, and we were all excited because it was game 3 of the series. Doug, they were going to win the series, and they got skunked with Fetty on the mound, and Chairman Steve and I were up on the balcony, and it just
been downhill ever since.
Hasn't been real good since.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they line up every pitch that is just barely outside the strike zone. And that night, Fetty, I remember in the postgame, he said, yeah, even when I got outs, they were hit hard. But if you're tipping your pitches, then that's on you to fix that. And Ali Marmol's quote, we were mentioning this earlier, Jeff Jones had the tweet last night asking Marmol the path forward for Fetty. Quote, I think we have to use tomorrow's off day to take a step back and figure out what that looks like. The reality is he has to find a solution to what's going on, make an adjustment in order to get through the lineup successfully, but continuing to go down this road doesn't seem like it's beneficial at the moment. That to me sounds like they're admitting that maybe they're going to take him out. I think
I'd put him in the bullpen, make Matt your starter, your 4th or 5th starter.
What about McGreevy?
Yeah, I'd put him in there too.
Okay, maybe Michaelis takes somebody. All right, one of y'all's goes to the bullpen. And one of y'all's injured. Who wants to be injured?
It's a vacation.
Who wants to be injured?
I think
2-week vacation.
I think McGreevy will be making that start on Saturday against the Braves.
Yeah, I think they'll leave Matz in the bullpen. I think they like him there.
Yeah.
I think they like him there. They may not have much of a choice.
Again, I just want to see some more of the piggyback start. You know, it's not, I guess, ideal.
Whereas, what do you want? Somebody else to start and then he comes in?
No, you can let Michaelis start. Go.
Well, if he only went 3 innings the other day, he still would have given up 6 home runs. I don't know if that's going to help.
You hope that doesn't happen again. But yeah, something like that. Or if he wants to go second, take innings 4 through 6. You know, whatever.
There'd been a number of suggestions earlier, including some graphics to indicate that Miles Michaelis will be throwing the pitching at the home run derby. That's been suggested a few times over. Morning, y'all. Hope you had a great holiday weekend. Let's get it from the 636. There you go, Doug. Somebody's feeling good.
Let's get it.
And they're positive.
A lot of fireworks where you guys were at?
It was Wentzville, so yep. It was kind of like the firebombing at Dresden. That's what I would describe it as. They had quite a little time downtown St. Louis, too. Did you see that? 1 dead, 60 arrested, and more than 100 fires.
Oof.
But I think the 60 arrested is because they really amped up their awareness, trying to, especially, they said juveniles that were down there.
Yeah, and they made the parents come get them. But
I kind of like that idea, though.
Chicago had a wild time. 55 people shot, 6 killed in Chicago just over the weekend. 1 weekend.
How long do the fireworks go in Wentzville? What's the, like, by midnight are they wrapped up?
Oh, well, we didn't stay there that long.
Sure.
But I would say till 10:30 or so, 11.
Yeah.
Is there an official launch, or is it just every other house
This is
launching them?
neighborhood.
Everybody's just launching
And
away.
that goes on for like a week, you know? Like, I heard fireworks last night.
Yeah, last night is July 6th. I'm thinking people overstocked for the 4th.
For sure.
And the poor dogs think it's over. It's over, and then they hear another one.
I love you, big dumb boobs, but it does seem like you're just trying to make it to next Monday. That's from Arbor Day. I disagree.
Nonsense.
We're just here talking ball.
Talking ball.
Block that guy.
Well, Brad
Arbor
Thompson.
Day.
Who said it? Arbor Day? I'm sorry.
Hold on, he got blocked.
Yeah.
Two-time Texter of the Year.
Two-time Texter of the Year.
Arbor Day, you have been suspended a period of 2 days' time. You've been blocked. And a 10% tariff has been slapped on you.
You
so
can slap a tariff on.
deal with that for a while. Blocked and suspended. Okay, let me do the paperwork there. Okay, got it.
Okay, paperwork's done. When does the guy who traded Mookie actually take the reins? That's from the 314. I've said how many times we don't get to talk to Chaim Bloom. Apparently at the end of the year we will. But I wanted to know more about why they traded Mookie Betts. It's been said in Boston that was an ownership decision. But if not, I kind of want to know. Then they went out and signed Trevor Story right after. We'll hear from Chaim Bloom, Doug. We're going to put him into the dossier.
Nobody bats 1,000 in that job. And you can scoff about how fantasy teams aren't anything at all like the real deal. And, in one sense, they aren't. In another sense, you do get a feeling of what it's like to put together a team that you think is pretty good. You've drafted everybody for all the reasons that you were comfortable with, and your team just sucks.
Yeah.
It just happens. Guys get hurt. Players don't play up to their potential. No general manager has ever batted 1,000 with player moves.
I guarantee Doug Armstrong wishes he wouldn't have signed Torrey Krug.
Right.
There's a million moves that are made like, shouldn't have traded this guy. But I think the problem is if they pile up and you're like, boy, that was a bad free agent signing. Boy, that was a bad trade. Well, that was a bad draft pick.
Yeah.
If too many of those happen, then you look at a team and say, it's not very good.
You can only waste so much of the owner's money before he decides to move on.
There's no other industry where you can walk into the owner, Doug, and say, all right, that guy we signed for $50 million, oh, well, he didn't turn out to be too good. Brett Cecil, $30 million. Well, we're just going to move on. All right, sounds good, Doug. Anything else?
Mike Leake,
yeah,
what'd they give him?
80 some odd million. Yeah, we're going to eat some of that. All right, sounds good. From the 3 and 4, tell me, it's actually Chin Music Charlie. Tell me how Miles Michaelis was 18 and 4 in 2018.
Yeah, he was terrific. He's had a lot of starts where he's been dynamite. A lot of them. His plus minus is there's a pretty wide variable of what you might get from Miles Michaelis.
He gave him 6 innings on Friday night.
Yeah.
One thing you can say is he's never laboring.
No, he doesn't throw real hard. He's got to have pinpoint control, and usually he tries to pinpoint, the corners up and down and all around. Off-speed stuff, because he doesn't throw the ball by a whole lot of people.
He was on with us a couple of weeks ago. He's great fun to talk to. And somebody said, I really enjoy him. I hope he gets DFA'd so he can join the show.
I don't think he'll have a whole lot of interest in that.
Doug, you can't block Arbor Day. That's from Salty Ball Dad from Caseyville.
I just did.
The Salty Ball Dad from Caseyville says you can.
And I'll block him, too. See how he likes that.
Gosh. Feisty. Weldon Spring Park had fireworks that went 45 minutes.
Oh, God. Straight? 45 minutes?
That's a lot.
Fireworks? It's so
The
much.
downtown fireworks had a Superman visual in the sky. Did you see
Shout
that?
out to James Gunn. St.
Yeah,
Louis and the Superman movie just opened this weekend.
I saw there was a rapper who did a video for Extra. Have you heard of him? He did a video saying, I'm about to blow somebody up. And then a lady blew up his own hand, lost a couple fingers.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's awful. Awful. But I did see the Superman thing. Slew highs on James Gunn.
Slew High's own. James, class of 84, Jackson, I want to say.
Is that right?
I think. Was married to Jenna Fisher for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I knew
Part of
that.
the St. Louis, L.A. thing.
I knew that.
Oasis sucks. Nasally, whiny biatches from the 618.
That's kind of my problem with Wonderwall. Is it sounds a little whiny to me, like the vocals on it. But I like Champagne Supernova. I like that song a lot.
It kind of stink. That's from
Mike
Big
Lee.
Tuft.
Yeah, Mike Lee.
We say that at the office all the time in Mike's voice because he used to just call.
Oh, yeah.
And just to let us know. I'm sure he called you guys on the radio. He'd call us on TV. Hey, Cardinals stink.
Yeah.
And that was just it. That was a hot take. A lot of people were responding to Doug's blocking. Okay, all right. Let's take a break. We'll stay on time because we got Brad Thompson at 9:30. But first, the voice of Tim McKernan.
Talking about Schaefer Door Company.
Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gosrow are the sponsors of both the TMA and 101 ESPN podcast and Joey Vitale's weekly appearances on The Morning After. Schaefer Door Company is online at schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. They set up a special number specifically for TMA listeners that you can call or text if you have any garage door needs. That number is 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time, or you can just go online at schaeferdoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com or by calling or texting 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
Doug, here's a good conspiracy for you. Went to Chicago for the weekend. CNN showed fireworks from Navy Pier on the 4th of July as part of their live broadcast. However, there were no fireworks until the 5th on Saturday. My son said, "Is this fake?" We were staring out of our hotel window at Navy Pier. I'd be surprised they didn't have them on the 4th on a Friday night. We're going to look into that. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's important for us.
If you guys are real journalists, you're going to ask Bloom about Mookie Betts wanting to be traded to the Cardinals. And the Cardinals said they weren't interested. I would love to know that backstory.
Yeah.
He's from Nashville, so maybe.
But are we real journalists?
That's
if we
that's a
don't
whole nother
ask,
question.
I'm not classically trained.
No, I would never consider myself a journalist.
I would ask that. I'd love to know.
Sure.
If Haim is willing to be.
And if you don't ask, you're not a journalist.
It's soft.
A real one.
Yeah, medium's down
Right.
soft.
If we don't ask exactly the question this guy wants us to ask, our whole life has been a fraud.
Pele Blanco pointing out that Ali pushed the right button with Pozo with the pinch hitting for Pajes. Now, I will say they like Pajes behind the plate. They talk about him. They almost make it sound like he's Pudge Rodriguez, Doug. I'm like, okay, calls a good game, handles. I don't think defensively they've got a superstar at catcher.
No.
I'd probably play Pozo a little more because I think he has a pinch hit. I was going through his game log the other day. I think his last 4 times he's pinch hit, he got a hit. I was digging through the Cardinal notes. I couldn't find the exact stat, but yeah, that was an unbelievable moment. I think I would. It's a little weird. What was the bottom? Doug read the lineup last night. The bottom 5. Pozo is hitting 5th.
Nootbaar.
Pozo, Nootbaar, Sajesi, Pajes, Hampson. They were 1 for 17 with 8 strikeouts.
So they got a hit.
That's bad.
So I wouldn't mind seeing a little more of Pozo. Why not? And he's also fun. But I think that we still don't really have an everyday catcher. God bless Pajes.
Yeah. Well, they do have a guy in the minors that they like, Jimmy
Crooks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crooks is coming. Martin's too much of a coward to call out Mozeliak or DeWitt for this pathetic team. I think we've said.
You're too much of a coward.
I think we've. I mean, other than going down there and like changing the locks on the door, Doug.
It's up to you to be rude and start screaming at these people.
I think that we've said it many times, too, that the product has gotten stale, and they're slow to react. This Fetty Michaelis is the latest example. But this happens a lot. It's crazy in baseball. I know they'll tell you, well, it's a long season. When they did it with Alex Reyes, he was phenomenal until he was terrible. And the whole town knew it. And they put him out there, and Schilt was the manager. It was after a home run, I think, in Pittsburgh. He said, all right, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to take him out of the closer role. Mm-hmm. And everybody said, oh, thank God. Thank you. Just the poor kid. The next Sunday in Milwaukee, who served up the walk-off home run? Alex Reyes. Right. I'm like, what in the world?
Didn't he serve it up in the one-game playoff, too?
Yeah, when they brought him in, Frank Cusimano and I were in the Dodgers press box, and all these L.A. people were up there, and you're like, when do you go downstairs? The game's getting late. And we both said, the game's over. And they said, what do you mean? We said, he's going to give up a home run. 100%. Everyone knew it. And the argument's always, well, who would you have? I said, I would have pitched Matt Carpenter. I would have pitched anybody. Yeah. At that point, you know exactly what's going to happen. And that is so frustrating. If you watch enough of the games, when you know Fetty's probably going to get lit up. You know Friday at Wrigley, Michaelis is probably going to get lit up. And yet, just roll them out there. I do think later today, maybe tomorrow, Katie will have the report. Fetty's going on the injured list, and McGreevy's been recalled. But we'll wait until it becomes official. It's the morning after. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. In the market for a new vehicle, go to AutoLoanPro.com. Anyone can sell you a car. There's only one pro, and that's AutoLoan Pro. Website, AutoLoanPro.com. They're going to work hard to get you into a vehicle with little to no money down, get the best rates possible. They're working with over 50 different lenders. AutoLoan Pro will get you back on track. Doesn't matter what your circumstance, your situation, and when you're on that website, go to that free playbook we've been telling you about. Chance for you to understand better the credit industry. You can educate yourself how to get into the car this time around and maybe a different vehicle in the future. The Auto Loan Pro helping you understand the industry while also getting you into a new vehicle. Making that large purchase, it gets a little complicated, especially if you've had a hiccup or two. Well, the Auto Loan Pro will get you back on track and get you into a new vehicle. 50 different lenders, best rates possible, all of that. One website, AutoLoanPro.com. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals off today, back in action tomorrow as they're going to take on the Washington Nationals back here in St. Louis with a 6:45 first pitch with Andre Palante toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. It's not Elton John's birthday.
Tiny Dancer.
But do you know how old Elton John is?
Martin, you go first.
Oh, here we go. I'm going to say he's 79.
I'll say he's 80.
Wow, Martin wins this one, 78.
Oh,
78.
I would have thought older.
He was really young when he was a huge star.
That makes sense.
Was that movie? I never saw the movie. Was it Rocket Man?
Yeah,
I
not
saw
good.
it.
Not good?
No, bad.
Bad. Goodorbad.com, bad.
I like Taron Egerton a lot, who portrayed the titular character.
Don't say titular. Don't say that.
It was a real musical, like more so than like if you saw the Queen movie where they had interspersed of the concerts or any real music biopic. This was like a straight up musical.
I thought it would be more of his songs, as he sang them.
Right.
But it wasn't really.
No, it was a musical. Like they would do his songs, but as like a musical number, like you would in a Broadway musical. And that personally isn't for me. I didn't love it. Tough to tell the story.
Was it a hit?
I probably did pretty well if I had to guess. Those music biopics are box office. They're attractive to the box office because you have a built-in audience already. It has an 89% Rotten Tomatoes. I firmly disagree.
Is it his birthday today?
No, it's not.
So why do we? Oh, just
bangers.
a banger. Doug Tiny Dancer.
Banger
is a banger.
All right.
We also have an employee whose lunch kept getting stolen, Doug, out of the communal fridge.
One of us?
No, this is not here. An employee's lunch theft woes and his drastic solution recently drew the attention online in a tale that other office workers may relate to or understand. In a viral post on Reddit, the employee said his workplace offers a communal kitchen with one fridge. Over the past month, my lunch has been stolen 5 times.
Oh.
Not just random snacks, entire homemade meals that I brought from home, gone without a trace. He added, it's not just frustrating, it's expensive, and it messes up my day. In an office group chat, the worker asked the unknown lunch thief, is that name taken, Jackson? The unknown lunch thief, to stop it. But no one
I don't need fried chicken this morning.
So he decided he'd get himself a mini fridge, put it under his desk, and had a lock on it just for extra peace of mind. Since then, he said, no more stolen lunches. Oh, I would hope not. Mm-hmm. But his solution was not well received. The Reddit reported that one of his co-workers confronted him and called his fridge weird and selfish.
What?
They give you 10 nice-sized fritters.
She said it made me look paranoid and not part of the team. I said I was tired.
That's the thief. I was about to say.
Mm-hmm. There's the thief. The person who accosted him all suddenly lost a lot of weight. I said I was tired of my food being stolen. This was the only solution that worked. She said I should have just bought stuff that I wouldn't care about losing.
Yeah, right.
That's when you start lacing things with laxatives.
Right.
Not to find out who's the culprit.
Yeah, whoever spends the rest of the afternoon in the bathroom.
Since then, the employee has been subjected to snide remarks about locking up his lunch, starting to feel like the weirdo in the office just for protecting my stuff. He asked others if he was wrong for locking up his lunch. Commenters on the post, which attracted over 20,000 votes, almost unanimously sided with the frustrated office worker. Sounds like the other worker is hangry and doesn't have the free lunch.
Yeah, 100%.
Really? It's like complaining that someone's putting their money in the bank. Right. What do you mean?
Others thought the story was so outrageous that it had to have been fabricated.
I'm going to take the under on 5 times in the month.
That it was stolen?
I'll tell you, a couple times. 5 seems like a stretch.
Have you ever opened the fridge? And we have one at the 2-5. I think there's one here, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Have you ever opened it and said, wow, is that lemon meringue pie? Mm-hmm. Boy, I wouldn't mind having some of that.
Maybe the whole pie.
Boy, is that leftover chicken? I guess I could just... What person... That's not somebody you want to work with.
No.
Can you identify in your brain, not here, of course, other places you've worked, like, it looks like he might be a lunch thief. There's always a couple of people in the building.
I think that's just as low form as you can get to steal another person's food that they put in.
Well, there are worse things than that. It's not the lowest form.
In terms of what you can
do,
lousy, right?
Yeah.
Outside of something that's like truly despicable, like something that's like. It's just wrong. Like taking someone else, like you didn't bring that. There's no mistake.
Complaining about it that he's safeguarding his lunch.
But what could be more embarrassing than to get caught? Right. Jackson's like, Marta, are those my leftover tacos? Yeah. Are these yours?
Yeah, right.
I thought they were mine. I had some look just like this.
Right.
Yes, there you go.
It's one thing for like a yogurt to go missing. You maybe leave a yogurt in there and that goes missing. That's one thing. A lot of people bring in yogurt. But if you're warming up food that someone else made and brought from home and eating it, how can you like continue on with your day and like see that person around the hallway? Like
and then complain when he doesn't keep doing it.
You know that person hungry because you ate their lunch. Like that's just wrong.
I had a mini fridge next to my area at Channel 4, next to my desk. And I used it for years, but then it started to malfunction and became just a block of ice in there. So I started to chip away at the ice with a screwdriver that I found. And instead of getting the ice, I actually hit the thing that holds the Freon, punctured the Freon, and it emitted this gas all over the newsroom. We almost had to evacuate the building. It absolutely reeked.
That's worse than stealing someone's lunch.
Well, I was just trying to fix it.
Setting off a homemade bomb.
No, that wasn't worse because it wasn't mean-spirited.
That's true.
I just did a lousy job of trying to fix the freezer.
That's true.
I should have just simply left the door open and let it freeze itself. Now, unplugged it or something.
What if you see a lunch in there and it's been there 3-4 days?
Do you have the right?
What's the grace period?
To pitch it.
The grace period is forever. If you didn't bring it, it's not yours.
But there's
not to eat. Are you saying to eat it or pitch it?
Well, both.
I think that's a whole nother issue where people don't throw stuff out, and it's just the nastiest fridge in the planet because all you need is one guy left his salmon dish in the back there, and he didn't have Tupperware, but he had a little foil over the top of it. Oh,
spoiled food turns me into just the biggest of cowards. I once had to clear out in college our fridge at the end of the summer. It was COVID, so no one was really there for a couple months, and I had to go back and clean it out. There was milk in there that was lime green.
What'd you do with it?
Lime. I put on.
Depends on how thirsty you are.
It was COVID, so I had masks aplenty. So I triple masked, and I put on some gloves, and I removed everything, and I still gagged multiple times. Just the sight of it was making me nauseous.
But how old does food have to be, just in general, before you won't eat it?
Me, my anti-botulism stance, and
because other people are pro-botulism.
Well, Doug will eat anything.
I'm pro-botulism.
Doug will eat anything.
E. coli. I'm a huge fan of E. coli.
If it's expiration date, I'm not eating it.
But if it's like a Thanksgiving turkey that you have on Thursday, you'll still eat that on Sunday or Monday.
Some foods are different. Like you don't want to, I guess, eat like red meat that's been sitting there for a week.
I always feel like if I run it to the microwave, I'm okay, no matter how old the damn thing is.
I had something.
30 seconds.
I had something in the fridge at the end of last week that I was contemplating. I pulled it out and it said best if used by 5/21. I thought about it for about 45 seconds and then I decided there was a juice squeeze situation there.
There's nothing gnarlier. Probably about a month ago, there was we had a chocolate milk in the fridge that the kids would drink, and I just decided to be lazy with my coffee. Instead of like a little cream, sugar, I'll just do a little, and it came out in a big lump. I was like, I don't think I'll have coffee for another week or so. Unknown Lunch Thief is now available in the text inbox. If you want to change your name, Jackson is doing name changes until the end of this week.
This BT interview, I'll be doing
a lot of that. A lot of housekeeping.
Yeah, I won't be available for questions.
Unavailable. During the next segment, Design Air brings you the email of the day. That's at the end of the show. You can email in to the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air brings you the email of the day. They're also the longest running sponsor on TMA, and they've also been around St. Louis for more than a century. Family-owned business for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. We're talking about the comfort inside your home. Make sure you go with the best, and that is Design Air. Find them online, designairservice.com. Set up your appointment. Not just a reliable company, but one that's going to treat you right, not going to sell you something that you don't need. They actually work with their technicians to make sure there's no upselling. If it's a part, if it's a repair, they'll get it done. They'll get it done quickly. If you need a brand new unit, they'll let you know about that. You can trust what they tell you at Design Air, and that's a big part of the heating and cooling industry. You want to make sure you can trust these folks, and they've been doing it for so long. Family-owned, Seth Goldcamp is fourth generation. You can count on Design Air, longest-running sponsor. Get those email candidates in to the show. We'll do that at the end of the program. In the 10 o'clock hour, it's designairservice.com. Brad Thompson on deck. Back on TMA, the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, KG, the chairman, manning the phones. By the way, I looked down at my phone, and he had texted me all the names of people on hold, but that was an hour ago, Doug.
No, well,
I apologize. I told people to call in. They did, and I didn't go to them, but we told Brad Thompson to call in. He did. He's on the line, the Cardinals broadcaster and World Series champ. Brad, a week ago, we were talking about a sweep over Cleveland. Since then, 1-5. I'm going to say not good. Is that okay?
Yeah, Martin, I'm happy to jump on hold if you need to get some other callers. I understand.
No. Let's clear the line.
I totally get it.
Clear the lines and put Brad on hold.
Jump on hold.
I think the story of the day, obviously, is the pitching and the struggles that Fetty and both Michaelis have had. I know that it puts the Cardinals in a weird spot when you're talking about a veteran player. How often does it happen that the player will say, I do kind of have a tight back, I do kind of have some elbow, or does the team talk a guy into that? What's realistic?
Yeah, look, I mean, manipulating the IL is something that obviously has been done over the years through different organizations. The Dodgers did it really well a couple of years ago. They had to change the rules. They did it so well, where you had to be gone for 15 days instead of the 10 because they had so many good pitchers. Look, there are times you can always find something if you want to. I think that more realistically, if you were going to make a move, because there's nothing saying that Fetty is hurt at this point. Just talk about him first. He's had three rough ones now in a row, and one that could have been even more rough last night if they weren't prepared for it. Like, they were ready to go full staff bullpen to try to win that series. Unfortunately, after 3 innings, you're down 9-0, and it makes it difficult. You're just at a point right now where you might have to make a flip. I know that McGreevy, who has done nothing but prove himself at this level, is available to come back on the 10th. I believe that's Thursday. The next one for Fetty would end up being Saturday. So, I mean, I think that you could make that move and then potentially put Fetty in the bullpen if you needed a long guy. But this couldn't come at a worse timing for anything, right? You don't want to be struggling as a ball club as you're going into the All-Star break, and then trade deadline is going to be right around the corner afterwards. And you want to pile up as many wins as you can. And with a guy like Fetty, organizationally, I'm not exactly sure how they looked at him, but he certainly would be a piece that you could have looked to potentially flip and then put McGreevy in that spot. Right now, I doubt the trade market is going through the roof for Fetty the way that he's throwing the ball as of late. So the timing sucks. But I know that Ollie talked about it. They're going to take today. They're going to, reassess the situation. But doing the same thing over and over again at this point does not seem to benefit the club.
You think there's any chance it's Fetty tipping pitches? I think that's been referenced a little bit. And how does that, and when that does happen at the big league level, who's the one to notice it?
Yeah, well, you hope it's your people that notice it first. Like, that's one of the biggest things. A lot of these teams have full-on staffs that do that. Now, it's my understanding that the Cardinals, they do a lot of this, but they don't have a full-on staff that is just dedicated to tipping pitches, both the other team and for your team. And there absolutely is something to do with that. Like, I have been blown away the last couple of years getting a peek behind the curtains of how much really goes into every little thing. Where a guy sets his glove, like any small turn, there are cameras pointed right at these people, any breaths. There are just so many different tips that you can have. And then all of a sudden you think you have one, then you're panicking about that, you're worried about it. I know that Fetty had mentioned that after the game too, that he thinks that he might get caught up in just worrying and thinking too much, whether it's tipping pitches or it's his mechanics. Like, these things, I don't care if you're a guy that's a rookie in the league or you're a veteran or you're a journeyman, that's bounced around. This game's so mental, and it can get in there so quickly. So, yes, to answer the question about tipping, I'm sure there is a little something to do with that. But when you've looked at the last couple of games for him, it was 4 walks in the ball game yesterday. I know you're going to try to be careful with that Cubs lineup, but his command wasn't how he wanted it. The pitch action wasn't how we've seen it in the past. They're not coming out of his hands well. So to me, for Fetty's sake, I think it's less tipping and more execution at this point.
And it appears they have a decision to make with Michaelis, too. Do you keep running him out there, or how do you think they'll handle that situation?
I think that there's far less of a decision with Michaelis. Michaelis will have blow-ups, and then he'll have good games. He made a good adjustment, had 3 scoreless afterwards. I think that he may have been tipping a little bit. I know he dropped his arm angle a tad and that was effective for 3. The problem is, Doug, and you guys know this, and I'm sure you talked about it plenty, they simply don't have the pitching depth to pull out 2 starters. Like, they don't have it. It's not in the minor leagues. I mean, you could try to run out, Takoa Roby and Quinn Matthews, who were both high upside guys. They've never pitched a full big league season and trying to be ready in August and September. You want these guys, if you do call them up at some point, I'm sure the organization would love to see them, love some of the stuff that they have. You want them to be as ready as possible. And then, if you call one of them up early, then you have an injury somewhere else. How do you fill the hole? Like, that is a kind of a bigger issue, is just sheer depth when it comes to the rotation.
What about Steven Matz? Now, he's been effective in the bullpen, but in theory, you could say, all right, McGreevy's now a starter and Matz is a starter. I know they don't want to disrupt the room and the chemistry to do it to 2 guys, but you could say Matz is a starter, maybe a short-end starter, and then Michaelis backs him up. Don't you think, and if we're being honest, it's probably a little bit to do with veteran status and contracts. Is that part of the conversation, you think, in the room?
Well, honestly, I think it's depth more than anything. Like, they're both veterans. Matz and Michaelis are interchangeable pieces, like, in my opinion. They're both in the last year of their contract, so I don't think that you're worried about disrupting the herd, especially with a ball club that has played winning baseball for the most part and put themselves in a decent position, although dropping 5 of 6. Like, I think you're more worried about what helps the club. It's very difficult mainstream, though, like in the middle of the season, to make that flip and to then now lengthen out Steven Matz and get to that point again where you're doing it. Then you leave your bullpen short too, even if you have Michaelis on piggyback days. The role that Matz has filled in that bullpen has helped out so much too. Like, it really is kind of amazing when you look at the season, the way that they've dropped in McGreevy, the way that they've used that Memphis shuttle to even get to the point where they've sustained their pitching right now and kept everybody pretty much healthy for the whole season has been pretty good work, I would say, for Ollie and Dusty Blake and their entire staff. To turn that on its head, I feel like might be a little risky at this point.
And clearly, offensively, they're missing Herrera and Arenado. I guess the question is, can they hold it together until those guys get back and still be in the race when they do return to the lineup?
Yep. We're going to find out, right? I mean, that's the thing. We knew that this was in large part a young offense. When you have had most of the season a top 10 offense, and then you run into a stint like this where you drop 5 of 6 and you get shut out in 4 of them, boy, that stinks. And your best hitters are left-handed. They've been neutralized by lefties. Matthew Boyd, the All-Star, is putting together a ridiculous season. He shoved against the Cardinals again yesterday. It's something that you have to figure out ways to continue to manufacture, and as it gets old, I'm sure hearing it, but it has to be the case through 162 games. It's about the process, like it's about the work, it's about the game plan each and every day. It's not you don't go into game 1 against the Nationals tomorrow and think about how you've been shut out 4 times in your last 6 games. You can't. You have to think about, all right, what's this guy got? What is my specific approach to him, and how do I play winning baseball? Like, that's all you can do. But Doug, you're right. I mean, they're going to have to try to piece it together while these guys get back. Herrera is such a key cog to this offense. I think that we knew he was a good bat coming into the season. I didn't think that we knew he would be as impactful as he has been as he's there. So in the last, week plus, obviously you've missed him for a lot longer than that. Arenado's had various issues with the finger, now the shoulder. Contreras got hit in the hand, missed a couple of days. You haven't had that consistency in the lineup. Then you've also got some guys that maybe aren't used to this stretch of playing. Like, there's been a lot of baseball for a guy like Alec Burleson, for example, right, who's been answering the bell pretty much every single day. He's not quite used to the role that he has had lately. Sometimes you need to be, set up some breathers for a guy like him, too. So it's just kind of been the perfect storm, or whatever the exact opposite of that is, for this offense in the last week and a half.
Do you think Pozo, as good as he's been in the pinch, and he is fun to watch, and it's a great story, but did you think maybe you got to find a way to get him in the lineup a little bit more, especially when you're hurting from the right-handed side, looking for somebody to hit on that side?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that if you have some spots now, you're playing with fire when you have your other catcher in the lineup too, and you don't have anybody else backing them up. That part ends up being difficult. But if you're down a couple of right-handed bats coming into a game, you absolutely think about how to deploy him. It's also been nice to have him where he's at. I might have the numbers wrong, but I think he's like 4 for 8 as a pinch hitter. You know how difficult of a role that is late. So that has served him pretty well. But at this point right now, again, in the last week plus, you're trying to just figure out any ways to spark the offense. And Pozo has definitely been able to do that. But the net benefit, and I know it's hard to say coming off of a series where the Cardinals allowed 33 runs or 28 runs or something like that, against the Cubs in 3 games, but Pages means so much to you behind the plate, so it's just hard to stick Pozo in there and say, we'll play the bat first instead of the catcher, because I don't even know what this record would look like if you didn't have Pages behind the plate for most of the season.
And I did see Pages, his ERA when he's behind the plate is a good ERA. He does seem to struggle with some of the pass balls, wild pitches. Is his defensive strength more so with how he handles the pitching?
Yeah, I would say handling the pitching, game calling, and framing. His framing is really good. You look at some of the advanced numbers. He's really good at the bottom of the zone and on the edges, stealing strikes. I totally agree with you. There are some, some pass balls, some blocks that don't happen that are flat out maddening and have happened in some big spots. And I know that he's, worked to clean up some of those things. But what he does from being able to walk a pitcher through his game plan to not forgetting where they should be at, and as much as it sounds like that's a thing that should never happen in the big leagues, it happens a lot of game planning. You'll come in after an inning, it's like, why did you do that? It's like, oh, my bad. Like, no, there's no time for my bad at the big league level. He just doesn't have those moments, and he frames really well, and the guys really trust him behind the plate.
And as they, getting back to the pitching for a moment, as they search for more depth and pitchers they might use, how big of a jump is it from AAA to the major leagues as a pitcher? Is it just an enormous jump that you can't trust a guy's AAA stats, that they'll translate it all to the major leagues?
Well, look, there's some you can trust stuff, right? Stuff always plays. AAA stats are tricky for both pitchers and for hitters. I think a good example of that in just a brief stint, I still think that he'll be a good big leaguer. Andre Granillo at AAA level was missing bats at a torrid pace. His slider really good, tons of swing and miss. Big league level, very little swing and miss. Like just didn't have it. He did a good job of keeping people off the barrel, which is super important. But it is different. The best players are in the big leagues, and your misses as a pitcher really, instead of missing and getting fouled back, oftentimes your miss is a double in the gap. And the hard part, Doug, when you're a young pitcher, is to not even try to think about any of those things and believe in your stuff. I think that's one of the best things you could tell a young pitcher is, hey, you're here for a reason. You don't have to do anything different. Because once you start trying to do something different, then you're starting to nibble. Then it's ball 1, ball 2. You try to make stuff a little bit nastier. But the jump is big. It definitely is. But you learn from that, too. At some point, you can only put up big numbers at AAA for so long before getting the opportunity at the big league level. You got to find out what it looks like there. Everybody has to take those steps.
Were you surprised Mason Wynn could play shortstop and be on a microphone for what seemed like a half-hour inning for Wynn? I was afraid for him. I'm like playing short and talking to the broadcast team. I get like right field. Oh, okay, I'm hanging out here in the field, maybe even first base. I feared for Mason Wynn's life. Now, it was entertaining in what was otherwise a forgettable game, but I'm surprised that position could multitask and be on headset.
Oh, I got to be honest, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. With that position specifically, corner outfield, I'll give it to you. Not that their jobs aren't very important, because they are, but shortstop going to need you dialed in all the time. Now, he was absolutely very engaging, did a fantastic job, and I thought they mic'd up a good one with Mason Wynn. But yeah, that's a lot. Could you imagine being that guy? And nobody ever wanted to mic me up while I'm sitting in the bullpen, not playing in the game, so that's not as fun. But could you imagine, and it's happened, having a routine ground ball, the guy's talking at you, and you boot it in an inning like that. Or as Mason joked about at first base, man, I don't want to get picked off while I'm mic'd up. Could you imagine that happening? Like, that would suck.
Yeah, I was just thinking, man, that of all plays, like just a hot smash, maybe third would compare as well. But I mean, for him, his brand, whatever that means, I think more people in the country got there like, hey, he's a great talker, likable. It was entertaining, if people stuck around to actually watch. It was that bad. So they have a day off. They get the Nats coming to town. And as players, do you think you walk in Tuesday and like everything's fine, or are you still thinking, oh God, we got our teeth kicked in Chicago, we lost in Pittsburgh? How do they flush that trip?
Yeah, it's honestly been one of my most things that I'm most impressed by with this team this season is they do such a good job of every day is a new day. Like, not that they don't wear some of these losses and wear the offensive struggles and the pitching struggles. You do, like you're human. But every single day walking into the clubhouse, you wouldn't know it. Like, you just wouldn't know it by the way they go about their business. And to me, that's one of the most important things. And it's also, to me, a direct reflection of their leadership. Ollie does such a good job of being the same guy every single day. Because if you have a manager that is riding the waves, that is, like, when you walk in, you could tell he's on edge and just not comfortable, you're going to be on edge. You're not going to be comfortable. So Ollie and his staff have done a good job of setting the tempo with that. But this is such an important stretch right here with the Nationals and the Braves coming in because it is human nature. You've played a lot of baseball games. I guarantee some guys got vacations set up, and their families ask them, hey, when are we going to leave? Do we have a flight? Are you packing? How many bags? Do we bring a stroller? Like, there's a lot of things that can start creeping in before the All-Star break, and you can't let it happen. Like, you have to be pedal to the metal. I guarantee they've already had these conversations. I know they have, and they've had them for the last couple of weeks running up to this. I guarantee it'll be a big point of emphasis tomorrow before the game, as they just kind of get ready and prepare, because if you go into it thinking about something else, you're going to dig yourself a deeper hole. And the Cardinals have an opportunity before the All-Star break to hopefully rack up a couple of wins.
As a broadcaster, are you living and dying with every win and loss, or are you able to put that behind you as soon as you leave and say, let's go have dinner?
I am more of a let's go have dinner.
Are you?
Absolutely. I don't live and die by it. I don't, and because I have nothing to do with it. Like, it's not my ERA that's on the line. Now I feel for these guys and I want them to do well. And I know how hard that game is, and I know how much that they wear it. But if I lived and died by it every single game, I feel like that would reflect on the air. The last day, I hate this, and I listen to a lot of baseball. I watch a lot of baseball. I hate grumpy announcers. It just bothers me. Like, God, if I wanted to watch something grumpy, I'd have just done something else instead of sitting here watching baseball. It's like, oh, this is terrible. Screw that. Like, this is baseball. This is it's a game at the end of it. I know we get emotionally invested in these, and the people that do wear it day in and day out, God bless you, because you're the reason that the game is churning, and you're the reason that it's so successful, because you're emotionally bought in. But from a broadcast standpoint, I want to try to be as consistent as I possibly can. So whether it's good days, bad days, I'm an optimist at heart, guys, in general. I think that good things are going to happen, and sometimes they don't, but maybe they will tomorrow. But I don't wear it. What about you guys? I mean, you guys are in this. You're in the thick of it. Do you guys wear it daily when the team struggles, whether it's the Cardinals, the Blues?
Doug came limping into the studio today. He said, I don't want to be here after what happened.
I certainly did when I was younger, when it was so important to me. As a kid and teenager, I lived and died by it. But then as you get older and you got other things more important in your life, you can kind of deal with the losses as though it's not much.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm so jealous of that, and I don't know if I told you guys this in the past. Like, I really am jealous of people that have that inherent fandom where it's just generational. I love this. One of my favorite things to see at the ballpark is a grandpa, a mom and dad, their kids at the game. Like, I love that, because growing up in Las Vegas, I didn't have that. I didn't have a team. I didn't have one thing to root for. So it was just kind of I'm a baseball fan, but I am a player fan. I love Greg Maddux, got to watch him on TV. Love Ken Griffey Jr. Loved the Bash brothers in Oakland for Tony. Like, so I got to bounce around and watch that, but I never had that inherent fandom where you just love something so much and you ride the wave. And it's harder and harder to find as you get older. I've tried to latch on to college football teams and different things. It doesn't work. Like, if you grow up with it and you love something, it's an amazing thing. So I'm very jealous of that.
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of people in St. Louis who feel that way about the Cardinals, and that's why so many of them get upset when things go sour. But that's part of the deal.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's even worse as if they didn't care. Like that looks like what's happening in Pittsburgh and the White Sox and places like that. They just don't care at all, which is much worse.
No, you're absolutely right. Apathy is the worst thing that you could possibly have. And for the organization, they set the bar high, and they want that bar high, and they want that sort of accountability. Yeah, I'm sure that I know they get frustrated when things don't go well, and they understand the frustration from the outside, but they'd much rather hear people be upset than not hear anybody at all. Like that ends up being part of it. So you got a lot of young guys that are fighting. You got a team that, even with this little stretch right here, I would say, if we're all being honest, have surpassed maybe some of the thoughts that we had about the 2025 club coming into it. But there needs to be some fine-tuning. There needs to be some tweaking. It will be very interesting to see what they do with the rotation here moving forward, if they make any adjustments with Fedde, or what adjustments Fedde makes. I still do believe that he is a valuable big leaguer going through a bad stretch. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be entertaining. And hopefully everybody's still dialed in and want to see this club.
Brad Thompson from FanDuel Sports Network. The games begin Tuesday, all night games. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday against the Atlanta Braves. The Nationals, rather than the Braves, are here over the weekend. Surprising how bad Atlanta has been this year. BT with us every Monday. Brad, thanks so much.
Martin, Doug, thank you guys. You guys enjoy the rest of your day, and hopefully next Monday, All-Star break, we got some great things to talk about.
Yeah, that'd be better. That'd be nice. Let's hope.
I get it.
Could happen. Could happen.
Brad Thompson with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone line. Doug, look at that Atlanta record. The Atlanta Braves are 39-50. I would have bet that they would turn it around. I was counting on them to turn around. They're not. That means that the wild card race, there for the taking, Doug. The Mets and the Brewers are the top two spots. Padres and Giants are both 7 games over 500. The Cardinals are 5 games over. So just one back of the third wild card. They get you excited?
Yeah, well, thrilled. It really is. It's a good break for the Cardinals that they're hitting this homestand with 2 teams that are kind of struggling. So they have a chance to win, 4 or 5 of these 6 games, and then be right back in it again.
Just hope they don't get pirated, because last week we were like, Pirates. Oh, no, the Pirates are heating up.
Doug, Brad Thompson, Callier and Thompson phone lines, and you know about Callier and Thompson.
Jackson. Well, he's not affiliated with Callier and Thompson. No. But the last name, if you went back a couple hundred years, maybe there'd be a relationship there. But what everybody knows, or what they should know, is Callier & Thompson is a company that you can trust with any kind of remodel job in your home. And that's a big thing, because sometimes with contractors, you never know, are they going to show up? Are they going to do the work that they promise? Callier & Thompson puts all that worry away. You don't need to. They've been doing this since the 1950s. They have more than 165 years of experience with the crew. The owners, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, have both been there more than 20 years, and their big thing is knowing that they have a product and a company and workers that you can trust. They will be there, and they will do outstanding work for you, as they've done for many, many years. They have all kinds of 5-star reviews on their website. Well, look, here's one right now from Susan Yu. Everyone entering our home was courteous and professional. The lead carpenter from Callier & Thompson was polite, patient, and very talented. He kept us informed. Excellent experience, beautiful resort. Thank you, Susie Q, for that fabulous review. You see lots of them with Callier & Thompson, whether you're having your kitchen, your bathroom, your basement, wine room, man cave, bar, accent rooms, fireplace walls, you name it. Callier & Thompson can do it all. Most everything Callier & Thompson does is right there in-house. It's a one-stop shop. You don't need to go to 5, 6, 7, or 8 different places for one room remodel. Countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing. It is all right there in-house with Callier & Thompson. Their designers will take great care of you and make your house look like $1 million. Callier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
Curb Stomp is promising the Braves will turn it around in St. Louis.
Well,
they might be excited to play in the Cardinals. Cardinals are excited to play the Nats and the Braves.
Braves have lost 4 in a row. Nationals have lost 3 in a row. They're both really struggling.
But they're going to get a new manager bump, Doug. They fired their front office, their leader of the front office, their manager, and then they get that immediate bump.
Well,
when Bob Smith takes over.
If you can't handle teams like the Nationals in your home park, then it's probably not going to be your year. These are games you just have to win. You have to win.
Dead cat bounce from that firing their manager and GM.
Well, let's hope not.
He might be on the business end of it.
Could you imagine Chris Carpenter, Bob Gibson, or Danny Cox pitching, and the shortstop was mic'd up, and they found out about it? I could see Carp in recent day not.
I disagree so wholeheartedly with that.
With the whole thing?
I think it's great.
I think it's a good idea. I don't know if I like the shortstop. I
think
feel like
the shortstop maybe not.
I seriously could see him just getting drilled.
I think it's
busy.
good. It's good TV, but it's kind of invasive. It's kind of going too far. This is supposed to be a professional sport. I mean, people are living and dying by this. This is important stuff for the people involved.
100%.
And to have somebody doing a TV interview during a game, I think that's over the edge.
I think it's a great way to show off personality. I think it's
for sure. But do you agree that like the short? I don't know why that just seemed to be a little more dicey to me. Or I need him as locked in as anyone. He's a great player.
I just think in an age where access is everything, and you have NFL every week, they post the mic'd up stuff from those players being mic'd up. They're not interviewed during the game.
Right. I think that's a big difference.
Huge
I think
difference.
the mic'd up and then they replay it after a break or something.
Right. But
hey, we had so-and-so mic'd up. The actual conversation part of it, I just felt like that could be really distracting. I know I'm in TV.
For sure.
I think it was entertaining, especially for a game that just sucked.
Yeah.
To hear Mason Wynn, who's an interesting guy, young guy that's a good talker, I think it was good TV. I just don't know if I love it as somebody who says, I want my shortstop 100% locked
And what
in.
if the earpiece falls off while he's making a play, or the mic gets tangled up in his uniform or something?
No, I get the logistical issues with it, but I just think you got to get access somewhere. And I think it's a good way for fans to get some personality out of guys, hear what goes on during a Major League Baseball game. I don't know.
It is entertaining.
It's entertaining.
I don't know if it...
Maybe not shortstop. They used to only do it in spring
I
training.
thought the outfielders did it a lot, which is...
Yeah.
Not that they aren't hustling.
Sure, but the right field, there's a good chance that he won't get the ball hit.
Cold Meatloaf said, one of my favorite mic'd up moments, Mookie Betts in right field, the ball comes his way, and he goes, uh-oh, not going to get to this one, boys.
Yeah, it's funny. There was one where Freddie Freeman hit a fly ball, like a really high fly ball, and it was windy in spring training, and he starts hustling around the bag, and he yells, "It's windy, boys, it's windy," and they drop the ball, and it was hilarious and awesome. And that was spring training, and it's different, but I like it.
Sharon Clayton, put the mic on when they're not on the field or in the dugout, maybe, not while they're out there trying to make plays. So stupid. I agree with Martin and Doug. It's really ballsy and distracting for the players. Now, they do it willingly. I mean, they don't
have the players said it's distracting or like, you know.
I don't know. I'd be upset if I was the pitcher and I could hear my shortstop talking during an interview while I'm trying to concentrate and make a pitch. To me, that's kind of going over the edge.
Relax, guys. It's just entertainment in sports.
It is. I know.
I'm with the olds on this. Mic them up, but talk to them whilst in the dugout, maybe. WHILST. Doug, you okay with whilst?
I think that would be the that would be the correct usage of that.
Yeah. It's disruptive and stupid from the 314.
I disagree.
Jackson, do you want a basketball player mic'd up during the game?
Yes, they do it all the time. What do you mean? Players are mic'd up all the time. Now, they're not doing interviews.
I think that's the distinction.
But there's so much downtime. Shortstop is different. I will grant shortstop is way different. But there's so much downtime in baseball, you know? Pitch, thrown, ball. All right, now we have a full minute to discuss something.
I mean, I think we found out how funny Burleson was. Was it last year or the year before? They had him mic'd up, and he was entertaining. Mm-hmm. And then remember the whole pregame deal that Waino took everybody through his pregame warm-up?
Yeah, that was incredible. That was
Wasn't
incredible.
during the game.
Wasn't during the game.
Have they ever talked to a pitcher? What if they said, all right, Eric, it's kind of going rough out there. You think you're going to get through the second?
All-Star game. They did it with, I can't remember who, but it was awesome. You got to hear the conversation kind of with the pitcher and catcher. It was
That's
great.
okay in an exhibition. It's fine.
All right. I can compromise with not a shortstop and maybe an exhibition or spring training or
mic them up and then play it back.
Because both.
Yeah. Here's what it sounded like as Mason Wynn was diving out into that left field wall to make that incredible catch. Here's what it sounded like.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That's all right. Can we mic up Chairman Kurt while he's talking to callers before they go on the air?
That would be interesting.
I would like.
As someone who's done that gig, it's less interesting than you think.
Oh, come on. It's not fair. Kurt gets to talk to the people.
I imagine they'll keep doing it because, like I said, it's good TV.
Well, you got a commissioner who wants to have a golden at bat. Of course, anything. That, again, selling the game, promoting the game. I'm not mad about it. I'm just kind of surprised. Live in position at short, you're doing Q&A back and forth with Ravi and the boys.
Yeah, and you're supposed to be talking to the other middle infielder. You know, who's going to cover a certain base if there's a guy on base.
He was still
Sometimes
doing that.
Your position changes slightly, pitch to pitch, depending on the count and the situation.
Telling Saggy to be careful over here. Hey, Donnie, it was kind of fun to hear.
Yeah, he was like, I got doubles all the way over this side. Like, I got everything over here. I don't know. I liked it.
Hey, moron, you don't have a full minute. You got 14 seconds between pitches. I don't know which one was
So one pitch, ball, next pitch, there's Is it 15 seconds per? I thought it was 30.
Why stop at shortstop? Have the pitcher talk next. I think they should mic up Michaelis the next time out.
Yeah. If the guys are okay with it, it's not like they bum rush Mason Wynn and said, you're putting this mic on doing this interview. I assume that he agreed to it.
Oh, sure.
Keep the interviews in the dugout and the bullpen. Some $100 million players going to get hurt talking to these doofuses in the booth. That's from the Grumpy Cornhole. Doofuses in the booth. That's
I hate a grumpy cornhole.
Clip that off. Doug got sideways with Doug was called a commie on Thursday, Jackson. You missed it. He was anti-fireworks, and people were not happy.
Good for you, Doug.
He was called a safety-ass Karen.
Safety-ass Karen.
Now, to be accurate, I'm against people at home shooting off and in the streets shooting them off. I'm not against a municipal fireworks display.
I know, but people were mad because they said you're taking away their civil liberties. They're right.
And we saw the result of it in St. Louis.
They called you a commie. Didn't see that turn coming.
Sissy. What was I? Sissy Karen?
Sissy Karen.
Safety-ass Karen.
Safety-ass
Karen, Doug. OMG, shut up. You guys are fools. That's from the 314.
That could be applicable at any time.
Text.
For sure.
Resend that in 10, 15 minutes if you don't mind. It's the morning after. Closing out the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Of course, we had the Fisher Door and Window 8 o'clock hour. Now we're rolling into the 10 o'clock hour. Design Air brings the email of the day. That's at the end of the show. Design Air email of the day. It's the morning after here on 101 ESPN. Banger?
On this day in 1969, George Harrison and the Beatles started recording this song.
How many days did it take?
I think they said, I don't know exactly.
On this date, they
day?
started recording it, Doug.
I just read what I get here, fellas.
Okay, all right.
Asking a lot of follow-ups.
You would just think that they could knock this out in a day, wouldn't you?
I don't think it's necessarily that easy.
A lot of remixing.
Yeah. Now, John Lennon was absent and did not contribute to this track. This was a George Harrison written song.
Know that.
Mm-hmm. It's also Ringo Starr's birthday. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love. So we had the lunchroom thief earlier we talked about. Have you heard of the home run thief?
Home run thief?
The Diamondbacks fan, Arizona Diamondbacks fan, he's now been banned. Doug, you would appreciate this. He's been banned for the rest of the season. Arizona Diamondbacks banned a fan for the rest of the season for reaching over the wall, catching a ball that was hit in last Monday's game against the Giants. Latest in a series of incidents involving Dave McCaskill. He's turned home run catching into a sport. It was the subject of a viral video Monday night that brought more attention to the situation. So the team said, the Diamondbacks said, this particular fan's been involved in multiple offenses at Chase Field. Consequently, he's prohibited from returning to Chase Field for the remainder of the season. He'll have the right to return in 2026 so long as he meets certain terms and abides by our fan code of conduct. McCaskill's retired military, golfs, writes books, and collects sports memorabilia. At least one Major League player has called him the home run thief. Giants catcher Joey Bart in 2022 had a drive that McCaskill snagged in the front row seat at Chase Field. After review, however, umpires ruled McCaskill leaned over to make that catch. Bart was awarded the double. He remembered this a year later when McCaskill approached him with the ball. Bart signed it with the words, home run thief. McCaskill, who's 55, told The Athletic that he had caught 24 home run balls during his time as a Diamondback season ticket holder. What are the odds of that? He says he goes to every game. Some of those prompted umpire reviews for potential interference, including Monday night's game last Monday when he was ejected from the park. He says that's happened twice. He's had to relocate to other sections. He says he lives 18 miles from the ballpark. He's attended nearly every home game for 2 seasons. He said he caught a foul ball his first year. He was like, you know what? The light bulb went off. I was like, I just need to catch a home run ball. He says he had 24 over the years, but he's been getting, I don't know what are the odds that you could catch 24 home runs.
You're sitting right there at the front row on the left field side.
Right field,
you probably have 1 or 2 a night that's fairly close.
He says he likes to go to games when Michael Perfetti is pitching. No, that's not true.
Not.
Writer's embellishment.
To me, that's a problem of stadium design. You ought to design stadiums where if it's a home run, there's no doubt it's a home run. There's nobody leaning over to catch it. There's no piece of equipment, a cement pole or something. Oh, did it go over the pole? Did it go on? You got to design stadiums so that you absolutely know if it's a home run. No interference with it, because more than likely it's going to determine the outcome of the game.
Now, most of that I'm agreeing with you. However, I do like catchable walls, where it's not like Cleveland has a really high wall.
Where you can lean over the wall.
Where players could leap and catch up.
They don't just look up and watch it go.
Right.
I think you could do both. You just got to move the bleachers back another 10 feet or so.
But you could have a flower bed.
Yeah.
So there's a buffer between fan and interference.
There's no way a fan should be fighting with a player for a ball in play.
Like Wrigley has the little...
New York's
had the baskets for years.
Yeah.
They just kind of leaned out. They used to be even bigger, those pages to launch a boat, like a carnival.
But Yankee Stadium, they've had a couple guys lean down.
Oh, during the playoffs,
balls.
those guys. Remember that? Were they roughhousing with Mookie?
That wasn't the outfield wall, though. That was
down the right field line.
Down the right field line, yeah.
Yeah, but they had another time where, during the playoffs, where a guy leaned over and made a catch.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
Well, the famous Jeffrey Mayer, the Yankees-Orioles.
Right. And even if you can move the bleachers back, people will move down to get to that area. But I think... There is something,
a little buffer. That's all. A wall that's jumpable,
because there's nothing worse than Cleveland
10-foot wall.
Yeah, it's
there
like, okay,
goes.
There's no chance of a robbery, and then there's walls that are too low. Boston's right field. I look at
Dodgers down the line and left.
Yeah, right.
You just tumble into somebody's
seat.
You
get kicked over into it.
So like a 3-foot high fence.
Yeah, I don't want that either.
No sense.
There's a happy medium somewhere there. I think the Cubs probably do it right with the basket thing.
Home run thief guy's a dork. That's from the Grumpy Cornhole.
Yeah, if you're doing it, if there's like consecutive where you're doing it leaning over, it's one like instinctually you're going to put your glove out and try to catch a ball that's coming towards you, even if that means leaning over. That'll happen, but consecutively now it's a little different.
Busch Stadium too had a problem with that. Not with fans, but they had these cement pillars holding up part of the upper deck, but they were right next to the outfield wall. And it was really hard to tell sometimes, like the ball Ozzie Smith hit for that.
The go crazy folks?
Yeah, you couldn't tell if it hit the pillar or was it over the wall? Did it hit the wall?
Yeah.
That's just lousy stadium design.
Hits a pillar and ricochets back. A home run by the Wizard. Or did it ricochet?
You couldn't. At first, the Dodgers were thinking, well, maybe that didn't go over. Can't tell.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than when someone's like celebrating like a double or triple, and then the umpire tells them, no, you hit a home run.
Yeah.
And they have to like awkwardly trot around.
Blame the hitters, you donkeys. Hit it farther and no one can interfere.
Yeah. Weight room.
Donkey.
Weight room.
It's just a simple design. It can't be that hard. The last thing you want is fans interfering with the action.
You know what we need to bring back?
Bed of cactus has been suggested.
Sure. Stick them.
Bring back like when Hank Aaron was going for the home run record and they had the fishing net. The guy trying to catch the ball with the fishing net like 18 rows up.
Yeah.
Bring that back.
I think there was some of that when McGuire was trying to break the record. People thinking, if there's $1 million home run balls going in the stands, I'm doing everything I can to catch that damn thing.
Well, his 70th was like a bullet, right? Or was that the one that broke?
62 barely cleared the wall.
Okay. Got it.
And the grounds crew guy brought it back to him.
Right.
And they gave him a new van in replace of the ball. 70 hit in the lowest section of seats. And the guy caught it and sold it for like $3 million.
Phil Ozerski worked at
$3
Washington.
million.
$3 million.
Yes, that's when you do when it's hot, sell it.
Yeah,
don't sit on that ball. Wait till a congressional hearing devalues it a little bit. I was at the Go Crazy Folks game. I couldn't tell right away that it was a home run until Ozzie got to second base. A lot of Steve Bartman references as well. The Cubs, that poor guy. Gee.
Well, yeah, but
We're still talking about.
Yeah,
Bartman.
it is. But that was a foul ball. That wasn't a home run.
Right.
The ball determined the difference in the game.
The ball was going into the stands. He wasn't leaning into the field.
Do you guys know? So Mark McGuire's 70th home run ball is the second most expensive ball ever caught. Do you know the first?
Is it Barry Bonds?
No, sir.
Bill Mazeroski's ball.
Barry Bonds is the sixth most. That's sold for just under $800,000.
You're asking what is the most valuable ball ever hit for a home run or ever hit in the stands?
Right. The most balls ever been, the most valuable baseballs.
The Joe Carter ball.
Nope.
I don't remember the milestone, but was it something with Ohtani?
You are correct. It was his 50th home run ball of last year, making him the 50-50 club member, which he hit in Miami, if I'm not mistaken.
And what did that sell for?
$4.3 million.
Oh, gosh. Set it out on the coffee table and everybody comes over.
That game, he went 6 for 6 with 3 home runs, RBIs, and 2 steals. Good Lord.
Leave the fences low. Let the fans use those big baseball gloves. Doug, the fans get bored watching this game. Let them get excited, you old boot.
You can catch them up a little bit. You don't need to lean over the outfield wall to make the play.
It's one of those giant oversized gloves. I'm telling you, if the commissioner will allow the golden at bat, we might as well allow all this stuff. By the way, that text was from Painter Guy as I try and read all of the texters' names. Late for the break. Once again, how are we behind, Jackson? It's Tim's fault.
Yeah, but he's going to tell us about Design Air.
Julie.
He's going to tell us about Design Air.
Maybe later.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team, the longest running sponsor on TMA. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, and I'm a client as well. We welcome you to become a client of Design Air Heating and Cooling. No upselling, 4th generation service that you can count on. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. As the weather warms up in the St. Louis area and you run into any HVAC issues, work with Design Air Heating and Cooling. 4th generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over tens of thousands since 1904, and it's the longest running TMA supporter on the program. The best known honesty and going above and beyond. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They'll never upsell. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees. Find them online at designairservice.com. Their website is easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com.
At Busch Stadium, too, there used to be a guy down the left field line who had a net. Anything grounded foul, he would just gobble up. Harry Carey used to have a net up in the old broadcast.
Yeah. Nowadays, they throw so many balls into the stands. It's not quite as big a deal to get a ball as it used to be.
Sure.
I read the other day that they say Major League Baseball goes to about 1 billion baseballs a season.
1 billion?
Yes, they need almost
With a
100.
B?
Every team needs almost 100 a night.
1 billion baseballs?
That's what they said to
Let's
the league.
do some math here during the break. Huh?
All right, we'll
Said
do it.
every team goes through between 90 and 120 balls a night.
Well, you see them throwing them out, all the umpire.
After every inning, they throw the ball up into the stands.
I'm saying they just throw them off to the side. Jerkwood from Kirkwood said, I always thought if a fan catches a ball, it should be considered an out.
That's the way it is in Savannah Bananas.
Oh, yeah, right.
I'm seeing just shy of 300,000 balls a year.
Is that one? That's one team?
No, that's
because I read an article
league-wide.
just yesterday said it was upward like 1.2 billion.
No
I said,
way.
Really? I didn't think it was a way either. But
Doug, you
a lot
dumbass.
of
That's
balls.
why there are umpires down the line. People are just angry. Car Wash Dave.
there's not down the line in a regular season game.
I don't know. You got called an old boot by somebody else.
Even still, whether it's down the line or not, it's still hard to tell.
All right, we got to go. I'm sorry, we have to go to
Don't
break.
tell us what we have to do.
We have to go to break.
I looked at the script and it said dramatic pause. I just wanted to follow the script. It's TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Free agent guard Ryan Rollins has agreed to a 3-year, $12 million deal to return to Milwaukee Bucks with a player option in the third season. Mike Silverman and Brandon Greer's agents of Equity Sports told ESPN today. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA Monday edition here. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Kurt. Got to get to the email today a little bit later in the show. Doug, people want you to do a little math. They're upset that
I
you
said a billion. I meant to say a million. I said a billion, so I'm going to take some time away and do some community service.
Doug's going to take
write
some
apology letters.
People
meant a million.
They were a little concerned about your accounting skills.
Yeah.
It's 1 million baseballs a year. 1 billion would have been a little shocking.
There is a difference.
Tim's not here, but we still mangled the clock. We did that all on our own, but Tim is still here in spirit.
No, we thought for
dealing
sure.
with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time. Those can be symptoms of low testosterone. That's where Mentality can help you. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians who I've gone out there to see get tested, and they check out your free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, and that ensures the treatment is tailored to your body. That matters. Get checked out at Mentality. All you need to do is go to mentalityhealth.com/radio to find more information. It's Mentality. Mentality physicians have helped guys discover and address other health conditions during routine checkups. It's fast, it's easy, and it's safe. I've been tested, so I can recommend to you the testing process at Mentality, mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Email of the day coming your way at the end of the show. The Design Air email of the day. Fire those off the morning after at InsideSTL.com. BK Ferrari coming your way at the top of the hour right here on 101 ESPN. burning trip mushroom tip is sorry. The burning trip mushroom tip is signed on. Hey, Doug, upwards of 100 balls tonight. Count me in, you khaki-panted stud. Although you are mathematically challenged, 100 balls per game would be about 1.7 million. I think there's some innuendo going on there that I just kind of glossed over on accident. Doug, you need to set up a podium and apologize on behalf of yourself and the entire show.
I'm picking up trash along the highway later today. I said $1 billion and I meant $1 million, so I could not be any sorrier.
One of those poking sticks?
Yeah.
That was from Who's on First. Marty, you can still leave. We're good, bro. That's from the 314.
Nonsense. We love having Martin here.
You're good, bro. This show's nothing but effing commercials. That's on me, okay? That's what did Mike Mart say? Shoot. We'll fix it.
Yeah.
We're going to fix it. That's from They're Not In Yet.
We got a giveaway, prize for today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. 101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of 4-day passes for Major League Pickleball, sponsored by Stella Artois, next Thursday, July 17th through next Sunday, July 20th at Chaffetz Arena. It's hosted by the hometown St. Louis Shock. This event will be the largest indoor pro pickleball event ever. One of the listeners can also get a special discount on single-day and 4-day tickets by using the code WXOS. I'll repeat that code, WXOS. You can find out all the details and bonus chance to win free tickets for Major League Pickleball at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. We will be giving away those tickets today for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Doug, you're the prince of misinformation. You've been suspended for a period of 2 days' time and have been assessed a 25% tariff on all your future takes. They're the unknown DJ coming after you.
He does not have suspension power.
Is that like garnishing your wages, taking 25%? Wow. Because you get paid per take. Right?
Yeah.
It's a pay-per-take model.
Mm-hmm. We may actually have to let Tim know that Arbor Day got banned by Doug.
Well, 10% tariffs.
Well, it's not supposed to feel good.
Discipline is the thing.
If we got paid per take, we could just fire off hot takes.
Some people you'd think that they were, not here, but nationally.
Nationally,
it seemed you would think that they were paid by the take.
The NBA will never work in this town. There's
Cha-ching.
Here come the calls and texts. You hear what Doug said?
There should be left-handed catchers.
Mike Squires, I think, did it for the White Sox. We'll take your Mike Squires calls. That's coming up here on TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
Hey, listen, that summer heat is here, so just when you need something for your air conditioner at home, keep the great folks at Classic Air Care in mind. When you call Classic Air Care, you're calling local people. You're getting your neighbors to come in to take care of you. And why is the quality of service so good? Because they are your neighbors. They live here. They work here. They play here. They do charitable work here. And they want to make sure that the service you get is outstanding, and that is what you will get. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. Just log on to their website at classicaircare.com. Click on the reviews right at the top and see about the service you're going to get. They provide all the services you need, whether it's just a maintenance check to make sure things are running well. Maybe it's just a repair that needs to happen, or if you need a whole new unit, they've got that as well. It's Classic Air Care. So with the summer heat coming, if your air conditioner starts to sputter, these are the folks to keep in mind. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours. Classic Air Care. You can get them online at classicaircare.com.
This is fading out.
Is it a banger?
No, this is just a bed.
Just a bed. Bangers and beds. Weekdays. 10 o'clock hour on TMA. Brought to you by Brown and Crippen, Martin, Doug, Jackson, KG with you till 11 o'clock. Tim on vacation in the Hamptons. We just like to say that. Then occasionally you'll get a listener who says, "What? Do you guys,
happens all the time.
You guys all go to the Hamptons?
Happens all the time.
Where's the Hamptons?" We're like, we don't really even know where it is. It's fine. Jackson does not drive a purple Mini Cooper.
No, I did not.
I thought you did for about a month and a half. I thought you did. Still new.
You've never owned a Mini Cooper? Would hardly fit. Would a normal-sized person fit in there to drive?
Yeah, Mini Cooper. That's a normal. I think you might be confusing what a Mini Cooper is.
No, I know what a Mini Cooper is. It just looks like it. If you're a tall person, it wouldn't.
Yeah,
be
if you're like 6'5", 6'6", it's going to be tight. But there's not a lot of cars that are built for people that tall. Shaq famously took two Lamborghinis and essentially welded them together to be able to fit in them.
That's when you know you're too rich.
Yeah.
It's two Lamborghinis. Didn't he walk into a dealer? Wasn't this his story? And they maybe early in his career, they didn't know somebody didn't know who he was. And they just kind of disrespected him, so he bought 5 immediately, like Ferraris or whatever they were.
Somebody else.
Yeah, they were just sitting there. And Cards off today, Doug.
Okay, so what'll we do?
They're off yesterday. They're off Friday. Eric Fetty made the start Sunday night. Cards lost 11-0 on national television. Friday's game, Apple TV. Maybe not all saw it, but Miles Michaelis set a record, gave up 6 home runs in the game. It sure sounds like they're going to make a move with Eric Fetty, Michael McGreevy. You could recall him, even though he's not able to be recalled for a few more days. You can, based on injury, so they may not make the move. But I would say if you don't think you're going to use Fetty, if he's going to go on the IL or the fake IL, why play short? You know, They do that a lot too. They'll wait. Don't play short. Maybe a little roster reset will happen between now and Tuesday night's game. Nationals are in town. Cardinals currently 6.5 back. Remember the enthusiasm 2 weeks ago, Doug? They took those first 2 games. They were 2.5 out. I went to Chairman Steve's balcony, and it's been all downhill.
That Pirates series was really the bummer for me. It's one thing to lose 2 out of 3 to the Cubs. Lots of teams do that. That's a really good team. But to not score a run in 3 games against the last-place club?
Deflating.
Yeah.
Shut out 3 straight. Couldn't hit against the Pirates, couldn't pitch against the Cubs. Were it not for the Pozo moment, it would be a totally lost week, 1-5 over the last week. 6 games left till the All-Star break. Tim is still, he's here in spirit, is he not, Jackson?
He sure is, talking about James Carlton.
Okay.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves is my insurance agent and has been now for more than 6 years. Here's what I can tell you. You're going to get great customer service, and if your insurance has gone up in the last year, give James and his team a chance to save you money. If you call during business hours, you're going to talk to somebody right there in the office. The number is 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, and here's something where he has really saved TMA listeners a lot of money over the years. If you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy, this is where James can save people the most money. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves, 314-961-4800. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
Probably need Calvin to show up at the ballpark. Would you say it's time to shoot Fetty into the sun? I don't know when that became a phrase, but it was texted this show. I think after the Fetty start.
No, I think it was after Helsley gave up that home run.
Oh, Helsley got set into the sun?
He gave up that home run to that guy who hasn't hit a ball for 100 miles per hour in a year or two. And and that was after some big hit. I can't remember. It happened 2 weeks ago, and I've completely forgot. It shows you how insignificant sometimes things can be.
Maybe they should build just a giant cannon with a launching pad right outside the bullpen. Just as a threat to relievers. We will shoot you straight to the sun.
And they're walking,
unless you get an out.
Walking towards the parking lot, and some security guard says, no, this direction. You're going to the cannon. It's tough.
I'll give Martin a sawbuck if he reads a Dear Deidre article. And then they said, okay, it'll be a double sawbuck if Martin reads a Dear Deidre. For the love of God, stop talking about the Cardinals.
Oh.
They played over the weekend, Doug.
Yes, they
played
did.
Played at Wrigley.
And they don't play tonight, which is a good thing because I got to do a lot of time at the food pantry.
That's right. Taking time away.
Time away. There were a lot of texters earlier clarifying that Navy Pier does fireworks every Wednesday, Saturday, so it made sense they would have been doing them on Saturday the 5th. It's just every Wednesday, Saturday.
Wouldn't you change that up for 4th
One
of
would
July?
think. One would think.
I don't know.
We're so locked into a routine, we can't recognize a national holiday.
Well, we recognize Design Air, Doug, and I know you know a lot about
Well,
Design
a lot of
Air.
people should recognize Design Air. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name. It's been around longer than all of us. Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. That's more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers very happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor of TMA, and that loyalty says a lot to us. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com and schedule your service today. Design Air comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman.
Without Tim, this show is like the kid who was forced to read the morning announcements in high school but didn't know how to read. That's from Brickle Bottom. Hey, you're all okay by me, even Jackson. Thanks. That's from Thanks, Dad.
Take that.
Even Jackson. Hey, Doug, I think I'll drink 1 billion beers over the weekend. Is that right? Oh, I didn't hear Doug's take, but I'll back him 100% no matter the reason. The man's a local treasure.
Okay, there we go.
From the 8-1-6. All right, coming up, email
I like
of
kittens and bunnies.
And bunnies.
Should I get dropped in this hour?
Yeah, you better. Oh gosh, the dropped auditing. Tomorrow is a little lean on the dossier, and then the Cards don't play tonight. It might just be a drop fest.
Yeah, it'll be the people's show.
Next, it's Email of the Day, brought to you by Design Air.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The U.S. men's national team played for the CONCACAF Gold Cup last night and fell to Mexico. Final score of 2-1 as Mexico wins back-to-back Gold Cup, their 10th Gold Cup title in history. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex and Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Welcome back. TMA. I'm taking control of this final segment.
Al Haig over here.
Goodness.
As of now, I am in charge of the country.
Yeah, just taking over for this last segment as we close it out here before BK and Ferrari at the top of the hour for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which will come to you in just a moment. 101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of 4-day passes for Major League Pickleball, sponsored by Stella Artois, next Thursday, July 17th through next Sunday, July 20th at Chaffetz Arena. Hosted by the hometown St. Louis Shock, this event will be the largest indoor pro pickleball event ever. 101 listeners can also get a special discount on single-day and 4-day tickets by using the code WXOS. Find all the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets for Major League Pickleball at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 ESPN mobile app. Before we get into the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, Tim has one more thing to tell us about 100 West Dental.
Well, that's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. And 100 West Dental has a deal going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. So if you've been thinking about Invisalign, why don't try 100westdental.com at 100westdental.com and give them my name and get $1,000 off. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. No dental insurance? That's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And no phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and you book right then and there. 100 West Dental is located on Manchester in Baldwin. It's 100westdental.com.
All right, it is time for Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Okay.
Well, it's been a long month with Tim away, but look at you guys getting through it, starting with the memorable discussion about how time zones work. I kind of feel bad for Martin for having to be subjected to all this for an extra hour. It's comforting to know that Doug's bug died doing what he loved, being inside the Doug. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Cottages.
I didn't like it. Shooter McGavin.
I didn't mind it.
Vice President, Cottages.
Good try today, B-Team. Our sweet Prince Tim will be home soon. I can't wait to hear his perfect voice. Can anyone please describe how this Cardinal team could win a series in the playoffs? I mean, Libby will be at 100% over his innings from last year if you think he's making a playoff start. Gray doesn't inspire confidence in second halves. The only way I can squint so hard to see is if they start the Memphis shuttle up and keep it running. I want to see Matthews, Hentz, and anyone else that age. This is the runway season. There is no better time for these pitchers to start learning how to get major league hitters out, one pitch at a time. To me, this season is over without some major, and he capitalized major, changes. Is Martin still here? That's from Salty Bald Dad Brittany.
I'll be darned. Salty Bald Dad Brittany.
Kind of a serious take on the Cardinals.
Yeah, look at that.
Frustrated.
And finally, where's Tim? The Cardinals are on autopilot with the coordinates set for mediocrity as Eric Fetty was allowed to start another game and was predictably lit up before getting pulled, having retired just 4 batters. Meanwhile, their starting center fielder is some 30-something journeyman who can't hit that Mo found while dumpster diving in the Reds' trash. And
Mo found.
Need a comma there. And what's the media in this town talking about? Whoa. Time zones? Oh, you drove somewhere on vacation, and when you got there, you realized you lost an hour? Cool story, bro. I never thought I'd say this, but is Pestis on the line? Breaking news. We've got a report out of Dogtown that during a Catholic elementary school basketball tournament over 25 years ago, there were dads who were drinking their own beer in the parking lot instead of supporting the religious organization that doesn't have to pay taxes yet is somehow allowed to sell beer. Is that a new report? Wow, we are really scraping the bottom of the barrel for content. It's weeks like this that we miss a certain high-usage pervert who could fill an entire segment recapping his golf rival match with a bot named Gigi Oakforest. I, for one, would enjoy more movie segments where Libby Jack discusses film with the self-awareness that he sounds like a huge, pretentious D-bag, his words, but he leans into it because it's good for show content. R.I.P. Michael Madsen. Everyone remembers him as Mr. Blonde from Reservoir Dogs, but don't sleep on 1994's The Getaway, which which features
How long is this?
Madison sleeping with Jennifer Tilly in a motel room while her husband helplessly watches as he's tied up in the next room, to which Madison quips, "Get back in there, you pervert." That's from Buck Swope, DBA.
Swope.
Recess Ladies Breast, and that's what we got for the design there. Heating and cooling email today. What you got, though?
Okay. I thought Buck Swope made the best effort today. Buck Swope gets my vote.
It was lengthy. It was wordy. But I'll go with Buck Swope.
Buck Swope takes today's design there, heating and cooling email today, and pickleball
nice.
tickets
Okay.
that
For
we're giving
him.
away from 101 ESPN. That's going to do it for us today. Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt, great work. We'll be
You
back
guys
tomorrow.
do this for 4 hours?
Yeah.
Good gravy.
Back, same squad tomorrow, JV squad tomorrow. We'll bring the heat, and we'll break it all down. This has been The Morning After, live 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brian Crouppen.